This device is like a magic hat that you can put anything into. From priceless art masterpieces to entire tanks. Isn't science fascinating? Soon, we will be able to produce them on an industrial scale using Professor Casada's drawings. This ingenious device creates pocket dimensions based on my unique properties. Just imagine what opportunities it opens up. You can move any volume of payload anywhere and whenever you want. Isn't it wonderful?
What's up, tankers? Let's get our teeth into the best scouts and raiders on tracks, or wheels. That's right, light tanks. To get the most from these nippy little vehicles, you'll need to practice and to brush up on view range and concealment. Not long ago, we did some videos about those, so check them out if you need to. The links are in the description. Lights are often quick and tricky to spot, and they can have high-caliber howitzers or even autocannons. Low-tier lights don't have rolls, and calling them scouts would be a stretch. They're versatile, and their characteristics can vary a lot, and so can their armor. You can fight in them like a medium or sometimes even a heavy tank. From about Tier 5 or 6 upward, that's no longer the case. At that point, you start getting some real niche specialists. They're raiders and scouts that spot for teammates. Lights also gain a shared trait. They can move without it affecting their concealment. Whether standing or moving, you still won't get spotted before the same distance. This vehicle class only has 2 roles: tracked versatile light tanks and wheeled ones. First, let's deal with the old faithful, and then later we'll get to the wheeled lights and how they differ from their tracked classmates. Light tank gameplay depends less on the role and more on your own play style. Think of it in terms of passive and active. Passive players settle in and capitalize on their concealment. Active ones monopolize the map with their movement. Any light tank can play both ways. You can set yours for either passive, active, or somewhere in between. So how do you prepare a scout for battle? First, a lick of paint. Any camo on a vehicle's hull boosts its permanent concealment bonus, which is vital for a light tank. The more, the better. Train crew perks that improve view range and concealment. Keep your radio operator on your radar. They have a few good perks that are very handy for light tanks. More perks than slots, in fact, so choose wisely. As for consumables, food ones will pad you out in all the right areas: view range, concealment, and firepower. Equipment can improve your scouting ability, making you harder to spot or boost your firepower. Mix and match to suit your playstyle. A good scout will want coated optics and commander's vision system mounted. For passive spotting or for mid-tier lights, consider binocular telescope. If you want a ninja on tracks, then mount low-noise exhaust system. If you also want to focus on shooting, consider something like a rammer or stabilizer. Improved ventilation gives you a little all-round boost. In place of turbocharger, you can equip the mobility improvement system respectively to bolster your ride that bit more. Make sure you research field modifications to build up 2 loadouts for different maps. For example, the first would have coated optics, commander's vision system, and low-noise exhaust. And the second would have ventilation, stabilizer, and gun rammer. That way you'll feel right at home, whether you're playing on Prokhorovka or Himmelsdorf. Phew! We've finally set up our dream light tank and are eager to head into battle. But what should you do in battle? How can you contribute? First, look at how many other lights are in your team and where they're headed. Scouts should spread out across different positions and even flanks. In the first minutes of battle, do some initial spotting for your team. Your teammates will really appreciate knowing how many opponents are on whichever flank. To spot enemy vehicles, you need to quickly get to a place that lets you see their approach route. To do that, you need to know the maps and remember the routes tanks take. It's safest to spot from bushes, but I came, I saw, I fled tactics can work too. That way, you'll likely get spotted. Just the time to remember how to rally drive. Then you can find a bush and spot from there. It's safer. If necessary, move from bush to bush, approaching or fleeing if there's danger. A moving light tank's non-reducing concealment comes in really handy for those short bursts. When you approach bushes, don't forget the proximity spotting circle. If you want to scout, you need to know about this. So how do we know where's the best to spot from? Look at where your teams and the enemy's light tanks are located, and remember the positions. For example, on steps, it's usually best to take a central position. On Lakeville, you should be on the central line or near the town. On mines, the bushes, both on the hill and in the water, are best. On Prokhorovka, you want the line of bushes on the alley or the hill if your team has enough lights on the alley. On Outpost, head for the bushes in the middle of the lake. Those are just a few of the well-known bushes, but all these maps offer light tanks plenty of ways to play. Commit good positions to memory and get experimenting. Don't forget, a felled tree is as good as a bush. And you can fell them yourself with HE shells. Remember that the thorn in a light tank's side is another light tank. You can throw a spanner in the enemy's scouting works by spotting them and destroying them. And you can stop them doing the same to you. Remember where you've seen enemy light tanks and think about how to beat them. Pure scouting is only an option on open maps. In urban locations without bushes, you'll have to come to the aid of mediums, dodge the enemy, and cause damage. Lights with autoloaders or auto cannons are great at this. You can't go wrong with big damage in a short time. Although lights are very vulnerable, they can trade hits too, but carefully and with immaculate timing. If you're hiding in the bushes spotting, think before letting that gun rip. Firing drops your concealment to scary lows. Make sure you have a strong exit strategy. As promised, let's end with wheeled lights and how they differ from versatile tracked ones. Vehicles in the EBR branch have a poor view range that stops them from scouting passively at a distance. But they do have good concealment, high speed, and wheels galore. Even if one or several of them are damaged, you'll still be able to get about. That's why wheeled lights are active scout supremos. They draw fire and dance under a storm of shells, lighting the enemy up in the process. At the higher tiers, wheeled lights have two movement modes: rapid with excellent top speed and cruise. In cruise mode, the tank uses all its wheels to whirl like a dervish. These wheeled tanks pack penetrative HE shells that tear paper-thin enemies to shreds. Basically, wheeled tanks are very active, aggressive raiders. You'll need a very particular set of skills and practice to play in them, though. If you're less experienced, learn standard lights first. And that's it. Share this video with a friend who can't last a minute in battle. See you on the battlefield.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD, together with Advanced Gaming. Moff, yesterday we had a day, today we're going to have another day, looking towards who takes what place in those playoffs next week.
Yeah, it's all going to be very exciting. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back on the broadcast. I've missed quite a bit, but I've been watching.
In the shadows, lurking.
In the shadows, lurking, and pulling my hair out quite literally at my predictions going south, but we'll get into that in the future. Like you said, play days, we're getting towards the end. It's getting towards that crunch time where you really got to put the points on the board, otherwise you are going to be down and out. Of course, there is a lot to play for at both ends of the table.
There is so much to play for. We are in the Sunday stream. We also had, during the night, some OLF Moff, where some interesting things actually happened.
Yes, there wasn't a clean feed provided, so it was quite difficult to catch up with everything that was going on there. For those that do keep up with it, Dopamine, the top dog, or the big dogs over in NA, actually got eliminated in the lower bracket, so they're not even going to be able to make it to the live stream section of that tournament. Yeah,
which is pretty huge. Token store, however, with your token earnings from today, you can get styles, tanks, equipment, 3 days of premium, consumables, reserves. I know Moff is definitely going for those styles with those double tokens from today. He's a style collector.
You might say that. I do have an eye for making my tanks look nice and clean and shiny. I'm eyeing up that, I believe it's called the Strength of Will. It's part of a series of camos. I could be mistaken on the name, but it's the sort of orange and white one. Looks really, really nice.
What is also still available, Moff, are these bundles, which I think you got them as well at some point, right? Who did you predict?
I bought W's after just before the end of phase 1, and then they got absolutely rolled by Cashback, and I was like, damn, it's kind of just the same pattern of my predictions.
Prediction bundles are not available anymore, but the other bundles are still available, including the trio, I think, with the styles from the previous seasons as well, which makes you a collector in 1 to 3, directly supporting the prize pool for the OLS, where 100% of the proceedings go towards the prize pool, and this prize pool is currently at 56,561 euros, with the winner taking the lion's share of 45%. But this ever so important 5th place compared to last season is the one where we're going to be keeping our eyes up as well for what's happening there, because not only do they get to stay for the next season, they also get a little bit of money.
Yeah, and that is it. It's some nice pocket money that you get there. NA, of course, we always have to mention they don't miss out, and they've had the same distribution change where 4th place gets a little bit, and I think 3rd didn't get any before as well. We should mention, of course, AMD, the big sponsors of the event. Those CPUs are going to be going to the 1st place on the EU server, which is a pretty big steal there for those teams.
For sure. I mean, those are very, very good CPUs, and Moff can tell you as well, you know, nothing is better than running the game in minimal graphics with 900 FPS instead of 800.
Yeah, I mean, my computer not quite that good, but maybe you can do that.
It's a thought that counts. I've actually never tried to run it at minimal, Moff. My eyes deserve the beauty that this game does have in terms of the graphical department. The beauty is currently Hit and Run and Cashback leading the pack. Neither seem to have too much of a convincing season, Moff, but there they are nonetheless.
I think that no one's really dominated in the same way that we've seen in the past. Cashback in Season 1 and Season 2 very much, in the regular season at least, had this very strong form, but I think it just goes to show the competitiveness and the difference between all the teams is very close, because no one's really taken over the league like they have before.
That's true. but Cashback is slowly getting there. The schedule for today: Yogurt versus Cashback, Hit and Run versus Darkside, W versus Mafia, and then Weekend versus Vortex. All of these matches have importance in one way or another.
Is that correct? I'm pretty sure Vortex got eliminated yesterday.
Yeah, I think
it should be Kirilo.
Kirilo as well. Good. Muff's paying attention. Don't worry.
I'm ready to go.
But those matches are all important for different reasons, Muff. Right? This one is important for Yogurt mainly to get some points to overtake Darkside. That's the same story for the next match. And then the third match of the day, Mafia versus W. It's a very important one as well for the points from W mainly, and Mafia as well, because they lost their last match. Whoever wins that, between that, if Cashback and Hit and Run also in Muff, is going to be keeping in pace, but the one that loses that is going to lose the back of the pack.
Well, you know, points mean prizes, and pretty much every match is important for each team for one reason or another. Yogurt, like you said, they're going to be eyeing up that 5th place spot, all important because it means they secure their next season in the OLS, and they get a little bit of prize money. Cashback, the team that's in form right now, along with Hit and Run, like you said, they're starting to pick up the pace, they're building up steam, they're building that momentum. In Phase 1, they had a couple of shaky games where they lost to people that we wouldn't have expected. Yogurt being one of those teams, of course, they actually beat them in Phase 1. Are we going to see the same level of upset again? I think probably not.
No, I don't think that can happen twice either, but we'll see. Squeezy here, standout player this time around for Cashback. Also, Season 1 MVP, I think?
Yes, Season 1 MVP. I think, who was Season 2 MVP? I think it was, they gave it to Frugo, right?
I think they gave it to Frugo.
The cooking strats.
I think they did give it to Frugo because of all the cooking, which is fair at the same time as well. So,
well, that's how we judge it, right? Is because it's always very difficult to tell who's had a strong like MVP caliber performance unless you have one standout carry game. So usually we end up just giving it to the guy who leads the team because they put in the most effort. They're usually staying up late to cook up the strats. Anyway, enough of that. We're going into the map pick and bans. We've got Yogurt banning out Sand River. Then they're going to pick Muravanka. Himmelsdorf being banned by Cashback, which is a bit of an oddity, to be honest. Pilsen then being picked by Cashback. Ghost Town banned by Cashback. Westfield banned by Yogurt. Studzianki picked by Cashback. Then Ensk banned and Cliff as a tiebreaker.
Interesting map pick and ban. No Ensk coming through from Cashback, shying away from it. I mean, it was left all the way till position 8 before it was even banned. So Muravanka as first one, Pilsen, Studzianki. It will not be the fastest of matches, Mov, but can Cashback make a similar story against Yogurt as we saw Hit and Run do? Take the pace of the battle, the match in their hands, and then run away with it, because that's really what Hit and Run did yesterday.
Yeah, and I have echoed that sentiment by going with the 4-0. I have to go all in. I'm just shooting blind in the dark and just hoping that something comes off. I'm going for the 4-0, so if things go south early on, then I'm pretty much down and out of it. But, you know, we did have 2 4-0 games today, so it's not like it's an impossibility.
Sure. How many 268s is the question, or how many K91s really for Cashback? That's the story that we're having yesterday as well. A mouse, a band, double K91, a Leo, an EBR, and an IHM Panzerwagen to round it off.
Meanwhile, Yogurt are bringing a BZ75, Sentai X, Hurricane, that's a CS63, double 430U, a Foch B, and an RHM. So, Cashback, as you pointed out, they're still very much leaning into the K91 meta. They've got a Leo as well, so they have triple mini-strike tanks. So capping or being capped shouldn't really be a threat to them.
They also have amazing DPM on these K91s, of course. The plane in the beginning hits very little. It seems like Brainbreaker is the only one actually getting spotted out. Liberty will be spotting out the info point. Vic will not be able to take it. And you can see their eyesight with the first shot of the game on towards that. Liberty actually getting blind shot on the spotting point. Good stuff there from Yogurt. So neither team getting the information that they would want in the beginning.
No, not really. And the blind is very important, right? Because if you can stall it out just for a little bit extra time and make your opponent not aware of what's happening, that can be all important. Squeezy already clearing out the entire forest here, and he spots out Kvik in the RHM. We're going to have to keep an eye on the 1v1 between those two, but Kvik is very committed here, and he's not got a lot of teammates in great positions to support. Good shot by Squeezy. The plane comes out, and it doesn't connect. I don't know if that was Kvik putting the plane. He perhaps thought Squeezy that was a lot closer than he actually is, and now he's moving up and puts in another shell. 520. Kvik, he cannot really leave this situation. If he tries to cross while spotted, he's potentially going to get shot, but it doesn't look like anyone was prepared.
You know, and the plane comes out from Liberty to spot Kvik on the runaway, but doesn't seem like anybody's really there to shoot it, so the plane gets used by him. He will not have another one available right now, and now Yogurt reacting to this pressure with the AX, with the 430U as well. Mindbreaker getting plowed a little bit in that force beat, taking a lot of damage. Pops the ability, will be healing back. Anabans now pushing forward. Squeezy screening for his teammates, but in return though, Ramadik here in that BZ75. We talked about that BZ75 yesterday, Moff, that it's not really such a good tank in general. It's just good to take position. You can see here, he's just falling for this altogether.
Yeah, the HP Pinata is not going to be achieving anything in this game, and over-rotation from Yogurt, it has to be said, allows the BZ75 to get basically picked for free, and now Cashback, with a lot of fast mediums and light tanks, they can just run away from the forest. They don't have to contest this if they want to. Barbarian looks like he wants to hold the bottom corner of the map, and Depressed pushing up here is going to find himself in a crossfire. He's going to have to wait for his teammates to come up behind him so that they can actually make this play, but the whole while they're bleeding HP. Yeah,
you can see them just pushing over the open. Already Mindbreaker falls against Aka. Big strike coming in, but the damage on Yogurt's side is so big. Love in the open will fall. This chase down the 9-0 line will find absolutely nothing. And yeah, Cashback, they poke the 9-0 line with that EBR force rotation, and then they find themselves this isolated BZ75, and once the first domino falls, the rest follow rather quickly as Cashback come into Murvanka, round number 1, nice and easy.
Yeah, very clean, solid round from Cashback, just out-rotating their opponents, not really committing too much to either of the flanks, and then being able to identify the weak part of the map and just make Yogurt look really rather silly.
I mean, what is Yogurt supposed to do at that point, though? Where do they go? They have to push something. After losing the BZ, on a long game off against K91s and Leos and Lights, you're not winning.
It is indeed a tough situation, especially because Cashback is playing with an EBR and an RHM, which I think is probably the most balanced way to go. We've seen a lot more teams, W being the main team, really committing to 3 light tanks, 4 light tanks, which is just maybe a little bit too much. Of course, we did see it work on occasion, but I think for a well-balanced lineup that actually can react to, can sort of stand up and fight against the opponent directly a little bit more, it's a good mix.
This K91s is some new trend from Cashback that they've been using, not just on this map, but even on Pilsen they were using it yesterday as well, and it is working for them.
Indeed it is, and I think people were maybe afraid to go for the K91 earlier on because the tank, it's not known for being durable, and you know the profile of the tank, it's got a rear-mounted turret, it's kind of paper, not totally papered. You can have some weird situations where you can side scrape, but I think maybe teams were shying away from it before because it's like, can it actually hold a position defensively by itself? Maybe we would rather take a Sente X, but I think Cashback are now shining a light on the abilities of that tank.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, less teams are going for the brawl now, Moff, which makes the K91 just more impactful, right?
Yeah, and I think people are shying away from the brawl because of the meta shift, because of the rat tactic and the threat of a team bringing that kind of a lineup. Everyone kind of feels obligated to take at least 1 or 2 light tanks and play it with a little bit more of a rotational force rather than just pushing into the cap with 430Us, for example, or Bliskowitzes.
I think that lineup can work against these Kennedy ones, though. I mean, you need to get the mini strikes as well. Don't forget that. It's not always that easy to generate that initial strike with cap pressure. Yesterday, we saw Cashback do it in a very ingenious way, you know, with Fushby shielding K91. K91 got communication tower led to mini strike led to resetting the big strike against W, which led against them being capped out.
Yeah, the domino effect. K91 being another attribute of the tank is it's low profile, which means you can hide it behind a Foch B. But going back to the point I was saying, Bliskowitzes are playing with more fast, like aggressive lineups that are purely just looking for a brawl, where you're not playing with a light tank, for example. You're always playing against the clock, right? Because if you don't get the overmatch you're looking for, you're in a lot of trouble.
What do you think Yogurt needs to change against this Cashback approach?
Well, what worked for them before was just taking the straight fight. When they played against W, they had a lot of success just pushing straight into them and just forcing the engagement. It's difficult to do, though, because it's not like Cashback is unaware that that's a possibility, and they're positioning their tanks very strategically around the map. So it's like, okay, you push here, then we'll soak up that pressure and fall back and create crossfires, and it's very difficult to break down the positions.
Yogurt is taking a more aggressive approach by the looks of things. BZ, BAT, CS, AX, W50M, and an RHM.
Yeah, it's definitely more aggressive a lineup. Cashback, meanwhile, they've gone to one light tank, so one RHM for both the teams. None of the EBR shenanigans this time around. We've got a CS going for the mid-strike aggressively at the start of the game. Cashback going mostly towards the forest with a couple tanks going towards the middle, but if you look at Yogurt, they're going pretty much fully towards the 1-2, and Mindbreaker, although it's a 1v1 right now, I don't think it's going to be so for long.
I don't think so either, as there's more tanks moving in from the side of Cashback. The Fush B, the Blizz got a 60 TP as well. The cap has been started. Information tower will be taken on the 1-2 line by the side of Yogurt. Will reveal the rest of these Cashback tanks in the forest, and now they need to support Mindbreaker, who is actually doing very well against iSet, but Brainbreaker is going to kill Mindbreaker. Brother on brother violence, if you want to call it that way. Domestic clearance has been issued, and now Anaban's in that E50M. It's also in a little bit of struggle. The 60 TP is not the easiest tank to play against. He has Liquor in support, but you see he is still reloading. In the meantime, Squeezy is already approaching from a different angle.
Yeah, this is a big commitment from the E50M to go into the low ground there, because even once he kills the 60 TP, that's if he manages to do so, and it looks like they will find that kill. Liquor with the pick, but he's getting crossfired in the meantime, and is this trade even that good for the side of Yogurt, because they kill the 60 TP, but at what cost? Liquor is now getting clipped by an unspotted Squeezy, who snuck back around towards A6, providing great crossfire for his team. And Anaban's, you know, the 60 TP is dead, but at what cost? Because now he's just stuck behind a building in E4. He can't leave, he can't stay, he's probably just going to die to strikes.
Yeah, they somehow need to pick off iSet there in the CS63, but that's going to be very hard as well. A good move here from Yogurt, realizing that they need to reinforce the 2 line. They are bringing the press in that E50M. And in the meantime, Anabans, you talked about him, he's dead. He's gone. I mean, Squeezy takes one, but kills him off almost immediately after. Good playing there from Liberty. It is on the edge, but it hits, and that's all that he needs to do. The BZ now coming as well. So is the Fush B for the side of Cashback, though. Both teams doing good reinforcements, but in a little bit of a peculiar position there. Gets spotted out again. Might take one more from the AX to get into safety. But now you could see Yogurt clawing their way back in HP MOF, but have pretty decent positions.
They do have the crossfire now, the Batchat off screen, just putting some shots into Barbarian, and the 277, it may be a great pushing tank, but if it's just holding an angle, it's not really the greatest tank to be using in this situation. Little's also kind of stuck behind this building now as well, and similar to the same problem that the E50M had of Anabans, these tanks are now committed here. They can't really leave, and the damage is significant. The kill comes in from Ramadik on towards little in the Foch B, and now Depressed is committed towards a building. That's going to force Barbarian to run away in the middle of the open. Can Love find the shots in order to pick up that kill? Brainbreaker sneaking through the south of the map. They're going to look for that kill on the Cent AX, but Love wisely is already running away.
Yeah, I don't think Love is going to be caught here at all in that AX. He's going to back off towards G1. He's able to do that as well, losing relatively little. Ramedek down towards the one shot, but the press now moving in on towards Barbarian. I said, but the big strike will pick up that BZ75, and now Love, take it back, is getting caught out after all. I thought he would keep running, but he tried to go G1 Moth, which ended up not being the right play whatsoever.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Yoga are going to trade it out. They're going to go for IZ. They're trading off the pieces here. Kvik is going to pick up that kill. Can he do it without taking an additional shot? No, but he still finds the kill. The light tank's going to be so important in the end game here. Brainbreaker now committing into the fight versus Depressed. I'm not sure this is the greatest play, but Squeezy has Crossfire in the bat chat as well. Brainbreaker, you can see, struggling with the gun arc, but he finds the kill, and that is the most important detail into the 3v2.
Liquor is a 2-shot, Squeezy is a 3-shot, Liberty is also a 3-shot. I mean, they would need Liquor to outplay Squeezy somehow.
He's going to have to give first shot and then somehow not take the first one from Squeezy. That's the only way he has a chance.
But if he tries to run away, he's dead.
And the radar comes out, so he gets spotted. And immediately Brainbreaker hits the shot, so some fantastic marksmanship there, and that's gonna...
That AX, right, of Yogurt, Love not running away further, I think is the doom there for them.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's what cost them the chance of getting into this game. I think it's because he ran away to G1 initially, and then I think he realized, I can't stay here, and then tried to run away further.
Yeah, if he just went straight down the 2-line, he would have always made it out.
Yeah, that's very true. And that would have given them a pretty good fighting chance. And he would have been able to crossfire if he got to C3, for example. He would have been able to crossfire Brainbreaker, who was just driving around that building in the open before they picked up the second E50M. But a much more competitive round, I would say. But in the end, it's still Cashback.
What does that remind you of? Yesterday there was another team that was in a similar situation. It was Mafia against Darkside, right? The rounds were close, but it was Mafia running away with it, and kind of the same story here in this round for sure.
Yeah, just teams showing a little bit more stability in the clutch, just able to close out the rounds. And Yogurt, they kept it close, but ultimately, missed shot there from Brainbreaker, but Squeezy will be the one to, drifting from Kvik. The Flipwagen strikes again. Squeezy finds the kill, and that's going to put Cashback up 2-0 on Yogurt's map pick.
Well, this round had potential for Yogurt. It didn't deliver. I think they had a real opportunity at winning it, and they let it kind of slide out. But more opportunities await for them.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't need to send the E50M in the beginning of the game. I think they could have killed the 60DP
over time,
perhaps over time, by finding angles, because Liquor was peeking from the side. They could have gone even further towards the north and like A4, A5, and maybe found some angles there. They didn't need to sacrifice a tank to do that, but that's even despite that, they still had a very good chance of winning the round. But as you said, in the micro decision making from the players really cost them, and Love played pretty well up until that point, but just one mistake ultimately cost them the round.
Yeah, he did good until that mistake, and it's one of those moments, Moff. I think you've had those as well plenty of times in random Onslaught, where you're like, oh, if I go to this position, I can shoot them coming in, and then you go to that position and you're like, you know what, actually, there's too many of them.
Sometimes you just got to play it safe. It can always be tempting to try and create some sick crossfire angles where you have a hold down, but Cashback were clearing out the full south of the map, and if Love stayed, if he went to G1 and stayed there as he initially intended to, he would have just been flanked from the south. The light tank would have been able to go through the bush lines on the one line and just farm him unspotted.
No,
that position is not. It's kind of okay. It's sort of anchor position, but
it needs
for long
backup.
Yeah, for long-term safety, it's not an option.
Moving into Pilsen Domov, which is a map we saw yesterday as well between Cashback and W, right? We saw the K91 and K2, that was an interesting one. We also saw an IS-7 from Cashback driving down Zero Line by himself, that was also an interesting one. It was kind of a hit or miss map for them.
Yeah, I think that map went 1-1, and W picked up the first round. And then we had the second round where the K91... I mean, we've seen teams play various other tanks in K2. We've seen people put the Foch B there, we've seen people put a 268 there, but the key difference with it being a K91, especially in that game yesterday, because it's a K91, not only can he reset the cap, but in resetting the cap, he gets his ability, and what is his ability? It's a mini strike. So what happened yesterday is W collected 3 strikes, and that was very cool, and they used all 3 strikes to reset the field strike, if you're still following me, but it didn't matter, because the K91 had angles, and he got that mini strike, and ultimately, that's what won them the round.
Now, what do you expect from Yogurt? I'm waiting for the team to drive like 5 to 6 8 down in the middle of the map, just like Himmels.
It's a possibility, right? It's a possibility. I think Yogurt would be the type of team that would be up for doing that. It's not going to be the case, though, unless we have a major shift in pre-battle planning here from Yogurt. It's going to be a Mouse, Sentai X, double 430U, double Foch B, and an RHM.
Cashback can return sticking true to the EBR, the Foch B, the Triple T57, the E100, and the 60 TP. RHM versus EBR MOF on this map.
Well, the EBR can get early info on the crossing at the start, which is very powerful, and it also can rotate faster than RHM can. I think part of the decision making for Cashback is if we pick an RHM, the plane ability, I think one of the main things that you want to plane is the balcony and C8, but apart from that, I think they perhaps decided that they would get more utility out of the EBR. It also means, look at Liberty, because he can just drive through the field, even though he's completely by himself. It doesn't actually matter, because he can just run away in that EBR. Triple cap has already been started from Cashback. Field strike is being taken, though, by Yogurt, so that's not going to be an immediate problem. Kvik does not have a plane, however. They did pick up radar, but they already used that. It's going to have to be a blind strike here.
And Liberty did not get to reset that strike on the east, which he really wanted to. Love sniffing him out, actually. Doesn't spot him. Liberty zooming past. That was close. And now the 57s are opting to push down the middle instead on towards the Ramadek, who came to block the cap. Can they blow him up quickly enough? That's a lot of damage piling in on towards that Mouse. There's a few shots left between these T57s, but I don't think they have enough. It's going to have to be Aka somehow to do it, and he won't, because he gets shut down by Humble in the Foch B. And now these 57s, well, they're reloading, and Foch B's from Yogurt moving in. It's a real opportunity for them here, Moff, to pick up this round, as Liquor now coming in as well. Squeezy tries to shield, Liquor dodges past, will find the kill. It's actually Ramadek to put him down, and now Cashback left with just 4 tanks against the 7 from Yogurt.
Yeah, Yogurt here with a brilliant repush, and the Mouse still alive. Ramadek, with all that HP, manages to bounce a couple of shots, presumably from those T57s, because there's just so much firepower there, and he still managed to survive. And as bad as Miravanko was for Yogurt, they're going to be bringing it back and picking up their first round in this match, which is very important, of course, because if they lost this one, they'd be down to match point already, which would be a pretty tough spot to recover from. But in the end, it looked quite easy.
Everything working out for them, taking the Eastern Strike, even though the EBR was supposed to reset that. The Mouse not dying to come and get the secondary reset. I mean, for Yogurt, it was perfect. And then I think even they had the Foch Bs in the perfect position on the 4 line to cover against this Mouse overpeak, you know, when they had to go wide with the T57s, and it was good from Yogurt. It was very good.
This felt like a blast from the past in terms of strategy idea from Cashback. We saw it a lot in Season 1, if you remember back to then, where we had this sacrificial... Oh, hello, Windows. We saw this sacrificial light tank where you would... It's exactly what Liberty did, right? You play for the field by yourself, and your entire goal is just to reset the strike. And it's kind of surprising that Cashback would want to play this way. It seems out of character for how they like to set up the rounds. Playing such a gamble strat, like committing the T-57s onto the cap, and if the cap doesn't work out, then you're going to be forced to push off into crossfire. It did not work at all. And look, Little even only did 400 damage, just showing the difficulty with the T-57s since the changes. 4-3-1, and that was all he got to contribute.
It's not very, very much whatsoever across the board, though. For Yogurt, much better. For TDUs being in this position they need to be on the top. But yeah, that 60p and 57 of Cashback, Little only getting one shot. That's really tough. Even if they killed the mouse them off, let's say they hit their shots, the mouse dies, they're not winning this.
No, definitely not. And it's not like Ramadik really did anything despite.
If he was
surviving.
dead or not, it doesn't change.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change anything unless the round's a lot closer. In which case, him blocking for maybe an extra couple seconds on the cap would have been important. But we can already see that was not even a possibility for Cashback in this round. And I think you guys touched on it at the beginning of Phase 2. We had this change to the ability of. I don't know I can't remember what the ability is called, but it's on the 50B and the T-57 Heavy. The ability was
sleight of hand. I'm not sure.
I think sleight of hand is batch out ability. I don't know. I never really pay attention to what the actual names are. We just call the E50M ability funny button or
I can look it up for you if you really care, but you know.
No, it's not a big deal. Anyway, T-57 ability, right? It got nerfed. I would say somewhat significantly. It's called Focus on Target, as our producers in the ear tell us. I'm sure the people at home will be very happy to hear that we know the names of the abilities.
I know what we know what the abilities do. What do you rather have them off? Know the abilities by name or know what they do?
I know what they do. It's all about vibes and knowing intuition, having the intuition to know what to do and how to react to situations. Anyway, still didn't finish my point about the T-57s. The ability, it got nerfed to the extent where it's still serviceable and still very powerful if you can get it active, but it's way more punishing if you use it incorrectly. Whereas before, it was quite easy to just get back the ability to tier 3 every time and just have it every single time you clip out. But if you mess it up the first time around, it's very difficult to get it back, and that makes subsequent clips more and more difficult.
We did talk about Cashback being a bit hit or miss on this map yesterday as well, though, and this holds through in this battle. You said it, a blast from the past. This cap pressure, it's not something teams struggle with anymore, Moff, in general, and they're going to change it up now. Double IS-7, double mouse, double push B, and an EBR.
Yeah, still rocking the EBR this time, but they've ditched the T-57s for good. That is for certain. Yogurt, meanwhile, bringing a mouse T-57 heavy, 1-2-1B, double Foch B, an E4, and Kvik in the RHM. So, Inspire tank for Yogurt. I think Cashback brought this exact lineup in the match yesterday against W.
Could be. I mean, I just very much remember an IS-7 driving down zero line by himself into a Foch B and a bat.
Yeah. I think, and then there was a second IS-7 playing on the coal piles in the middle, being able to spot on turret, anything that goes that way. And so far, a very passive opening for Cashback. We've got the Foch B going all the way to A1, which, trust me, it is a very, very annoying position to deal with if you want to try and push through the 1-2-3 line. Liberty doing some early spotting here, deciding to go for that strike early on. Always good to have that in your back pocket, just in case an immediate cap attempt does come through, but both teams settling in for quite a passive game.
Neither team really committing to too much, but Yogurt has a slight advantage, Moff. No, actually, never mind. They only will be able to take one strike. Ramadek is never capping that.
Well, it depends how long Liberty wants to mess around shooting HE. We got him going for the radar now. Kvik does not have a plane, though. So that is free information. All 7 tanks spotted on Yogurt now. And how do Cashback use this? Barbarian lets off a shot. Notifies Ramadek to his position. And Ramadek realizes now... Actually, he did take the strike, so kind of a steal there. Managing to get that one away.
You shouldn't have been able to get that one, to be honest, in the IS-7. I mean, Liberty...
I think it's because Liberty was preoccupied with taking radar, and then Barbarian, IS-7 low DPM, probably only had one opportunity to shoot and bounce the shot. Now, a rotation from Yogurt. They are going to try and retake some control here over the field, but that's going to be potentially difficult to do. Brainbreaker is committing forwards in that IS-7. That's going to be a very entrenched tank if they want to push into him.
They are starting to rotate for the side of Yogurt altogether towards this eastern side. With 5 tanks. Brainbreaker, you said a very hold on is what he's gonna be. He gives one to Kvik immediately in the RHM, and there will be a big follow-up coming from Yogurt. Liquor is sneaking past him off. No, never mind. Take it back. He's not sneaking past.
That could have been huge if he managed to get across unspotted. It would have been able to push down the 0 line and start shooting Brainbreaker in the back or the side potentially, but that position is just very, very annoying to deal with, and I think Yogurt realize now that they're not gonna, if they want to go back for the field, they're not going to be able to do it unspotted. Liberty tries to go for radar again, baits it out. I think Kvik did use the plane there, so...
Yeah, strikes to deny it.
Yeah, good play from Liberty to bait out the plane here, and again, Yogurt now kind of back to the drawing board. This IS-7 position is very, very awkward for them to deal with, and it doesn't look like they are entirely sure of how they want to approach it. Oof. He does get spotted. Liberty, off screen, just takes a lot of damage.
Spotted, actually, for the first one, for the E4. No way, the E4 just tapped him, unspotted altogether. Cashback trying to react by pushing Ramadek. Nice shooting there from the E4, gives a shot back. Ramadek just facing off against IS-7, and there's the push them off. You can see it now on towards Brainbreaker. Liquor pushing from behind these IS-7s. Where does Brainbreaker go? He's getting pincered. Humble decides not to commit, knowing that Liquor is going to do it together with Mindbreaker, who's pushing over now as well. The two of them will make short work of this singular tank in the middle of the map. They pick him up relatively unscathed. I mean, yeah, they lose Ramadek and Humbles on 900, but a full IS-7 for that is pretty good. The bigger issue here for Yogurt is this E4 kind of being in no man's land.
Yeah, it was a very clean kill, but in the meantime, Cashback, they cleaned up that mouse in middle, and that's the anchor position sort of gone. That's the press buddy there, his teammate going down and out, and Kvik now getting shot as he tries to run away. The press puts a good shot in towards Aka, but shooting the RHM is always going to be more valuable than a mouse taking any sort of damage, and the push from Yogurt here looks like a push of desperation right now. This is not going to work as Liquor would have wanted. He is going to be able to start clipping. Actually, maybe it is going to be kind of okay, because he's going to get his full clip off at least before he goes down, and starts to heal back, and he's no longer a one-shot for Barbarian.
And now he's backing off. Low little wants to peek this, but he's shooting Humble instead. He will find the kill as well, and Barbarian on a one-shot still kicking. Love should be the finish, but look at the HP in the meantime of while I've been watching this. I mean, Yogurt's about half. They're only one gun down, and yeah, a lot of it is on the mouses, but still these mouses are starting to roll in as well.
Yeah, and if it was only the mouse left with that HP, perhaps there would be a way back, but they've still got Liberty alive. The strikes come in as well. Liberty in the EPR is going to make this pretty much unrecoverable for Yogurt here, and the Foch B closing in from the north as well. Little is not going to allow Kvik to escape. Squeezy pushing up as well. They are going to pass each other, and Little is going to turn that boat around with the ability popped, which is a pretty Pretty cool thing to do. You can use that, but he still gets deleted, so it's going to be stalled out for just a little bit longer here, but only prolonging the inevitable is quick, as Cashback will be putting themselves up on towards match point.
Yeah, 3-1 for Cashback. We had to take a quick pause because Moff was here crying, running to the toilet as it's not 4-0 like he predicted. It's going to be okay, Moff. There's always next season.
There's always next season to lose, yeah, more points. I've come to peace.
Have you?
In terms of it, I have come to terms with it.
Is that you coping, or?
Yeah, okay, but that's not really fair, because let's say I had actually come to terms with it.
Wait, so you're saying that you didn't actually come to terms with it, but you said
no,
that
I
you came to terms with it.
You think whatever you think.
I'm
whatever
just
you
going
want
off of what you're saying. You said you came to terms with it, and then I asked if you're coping, and you said, well, if I actually came to terms with it. Those two statements don't match one another, no?
You can twist my words and believe whatever you want to believe. But
I'm just asking. Seems to be a sensitive topic. Let's move on.
I'm okay. It's all good. Like you said, there's always next
True.
season.
I mean, you're not that far behind, though, to be honest.
Well, no, the reality is quite different, because the way the prediction games works, normally there's sort of like a base prediction that everyone kind of has a feeling is sort of the expected score, and if you want to catch up in points, you have to deviate from that quite significantly, and one of those ways in doing that is going for the gamble of predicting 4-0, but obviously that's not going to come to fruition, but that was already the case.
I mean, you got 21 out of
round.
31 correct, or no, it's 21 out of 35. It's not bad. You can still catch external. Let's put it that way.
I can still beat North America.
Exactly. That's
an entire continent. I could beat an entire continent.
Real. And he voted, oh my god, he voted 4-2 for Cashback, Moff. So you're going to keep on the same pace there.
Well, it's not over yet.
There's still Sujanki. There is still Sujanki to come. But outside of the one round, Moff, I mean, there was the Muravanka as well, though. I think that the Muravanka and that first Pilsen were the ones where Yogurt could have taken 2, because the other ones, it didn't seem like that. This one, I like the field repush, but you also see how much you give up for that field repush, right? Because when you're doing this with superior numbers into this Cashback team, you're losing in the middle of the map because you committed to Miles on the strike, and he cannot go anywhere.
I think they just sort of dawdled a little bit too much on making the play, because if they'd have done it perhaps a minute or so earlier, they might have been able to have forces reposition to support the Mouse that was getting pressured in middle. But they had so many guys just sort of sitting near that balcony waiting for the I-7 to go down, and the team was essentially playing 4 versus 7 because the other guys aren't really in the game, right? Moving on though to Studzianki, we have barely seen this map all season.
Yeah, it fell out of it was very popular during the Juggernaut meta, I think. It felt that way.
Even before then, I think it was a way more popular map to be played. I think it's just fallen out of fashion because the aggression in towards the cap, or it seemed to have fallen out of fashion because the aggression towards the cap had sort of been countered a little bit. Is that still going to be the case? We haven't seen it for a while, so it'd be good to see what the teams have in mind. Yogurt definitely going for that Juggernaut TD meta, but not the sort of Juggernaut TDs that were previously the meta on this map.
Yeah, not quite. They're going for those American TDs. 4 of the E4s, the AX, the CS, the E100, but then Cashback in return of is some cooking as well. 4 E100s, double T57 and double Forge B, 3 E100s. Now that's still a lot of meat and armor.
It is a lot of HP, but never forget the E4 with the Juggernaut ability, 25% damage reduction. It has hidden HP that can be drawn upon in order to tank more shots. We've got Liberty going over towards the A line at the start. Is he going to try and bait for radar? That is the question. Neither team playing with light tanks. That is very, very strange. to play on Studzianki without a single light tank. From either side, we've got Radar being taken by Liberty at the start, which he can afford to do because there's no light tanks in play, so a good read there from Liberty being able to pick that up and recognize that there was no plane coming out at the start, he wasn't getting spotted, so he just bit the bullet and just went for it, and that gets his team full info. And now, that CS of Ramadik, this position is usually very, very enticing to get repushed.
Yeah, but both teams are going to be very close here, though. And to be honest, Moff, against the triple E100, ooh, little, minus 2.1. I was going to say, against the triple E100, the E4 is a pretty decent counter, Moff. To be honest, with that big alpha, big APCR pen as well, and the ability, it kind of negates that extra HP, that extra armor, and the fight erupting here. Barbarian is the focus now for Yogurt, who are not going to let this game get decided by Cashback. They're going to try and make their own decisions, and Brainbreaker does find a kill from behind and return as well. But now Yogurt's push is starting to slowly but surely run out of steam. But do remember, there is a full HP Fosh B still moving in from the middle of the map. He's out for a while, and now that's Yogurt's sign to move in. Squeezy trying to clip out, will find all of his shots before going down, and that's really, really important for Cashback.
It is very important, and the HP is significantly in favor of the team in yellow right now. Just look at it at the top of your screen. The kills are being found, and Brainbreaker is going to be coming in just in the nick of time from the back lines to provide the required crossfire, but still in the 3v3 here. But if you just, again, look at the HP, Cashback have almost double the amount of their opponents in Yogurt, and Anaban's now getting repushed. There's a full HP E100 and a Fosh B popping the heal ability, not that he needs it in order to close out this round. Liberty's going to be on reload. Mindbreaker potentially could have loaded HE there, but not that it would have made any difference to the outcome. I think it was a good push from Yogurt initially, but just a couple of missteps along the way. I like that they took initiative rather than waiting for their CS to get repushed.
Yeah, and they even got a really good initial volley, right, on to Little, which was 3 E4s hitting Little for about 2.1, so taking that into consideration, the start was there, but then the follow-up was not. Brainbreaker finds the ram kill, and it's just Mindbreaker left as the last one. Brainbreaker finds a shot, Aka to put him in the grave, and it's going to be Cashback locking in the points, putting the pressure back on Hit and Run to win their respective match as well, with a 4-1 scoreline.
Did we really expect any other outcome from this game? I think Yogurt had a chance to put a foothold in this game, but it really had to. You can't leave points on the table for free when you're up and you have a chance to take a round against a team like Cashback. You not only need to convert those rounds, but you need to be able to rally and pick up more, and that just was not the case. I think a better showing from them overall compared to yesterday when they played against Hit to Run. They just got completely demolished in that one. So some positive signs to take away, but ultimately not enough.
Humble, they're not getting that much out. Neither did the E100s from Cashback, outside of course, Aka, who's top of the board, but then you see already the 57s paying off, getting 2 clips each. The Fosh Bs for sure paying here with 2 clips each as well. And then Aka with the last E100 farming away at the team of Yogurt, who did have to overcome that initial HP deficit as well, right, Moff? Against the lineup that they were playing.
Yeah, very awkward for them to deal with, but moving swiftly on to the next match of the day on the schedule, it's going to be Hit and Run against Darkside, and these two teams have a very unusual history in the head-to-head, and not one that people would expect given the names involved.
That was match number 1. Up next is Hit and Run versus Darkside, and Darkside are very lucky. They've 2 days in a row, I think, they get to, see Yogurt lose, so they know that no matter what happens, they don't have to give up the position.
Yeah, for now, but you don't really want to be thinking like that and clinging on to what you have. You want to be looking forwards and trying to make progress in the league, but we'll find out what they can do after some replays.
Smith speaking. We captured Ramfalte successfully, but it seems that we stirred up a hornet's nest. We're being chased by several dozen Echo tanks.
Isn't science fascinating?
Moving to the extraction point. Babylon, do you copy? We're approaching. Open the portal. Now there's too many of them. Where's the portal? Babylon, do you copy?
Sign up to volunteer for Last Stand.
Seems that extraction is delayed. Okay, we'll wait. Keep on working, guys.
With scientific tools like these, no one will stand in the way of your research. No one.
All right, here we are back again for yet another match of World of Tanks. I hope y'all got the Onslaught mug at the ready, because we're about to get in deep in between Hit and Run and Dark Side. What are your thoughts, Ducky?
It's a beautiful mug, Johan. Can't wait for you to send me one, right?
Aha.
Aha. Aha. He's a standard reaction when he doesn't like something. Aha.
Aha. Yeah, I mean, you know, just waiting for more information, etc. It's like I'm not saying no immediately.
He's not saying no, but he's thinking it. So it's basically the same thing. Either way, Hit and Run versus Dark Side. Dark Side wants to profit from beating Hit and Run by potentially staying close to the team in position number 4 or getting ahead of Yogurt. Hit and Run would like to keep up with Cashback, of course.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Cashback, after the pretty clean victory today, currently leading the scoreboard, but Hit and Run are obviously able to catch up still. And Dark Side, yeah, for them, they are, we touched on it yesterday a little bit, they are in their spot number 5, which has their name written all over it, but if they could lower that number, they'd be fine with it.
For sure. But Dark Side has a big task ahead of them. Every season, yet again, Kihan, good start, and then slowly but surely just sticking in that position number 5.
Yeah, exactly, and community predictions kind of outlining that as well. 85% for Hit, 15 for Dark Side. To be honest, that's kind of fair in my opinion.
For sure, I do believe so as well. That is indeed justified. Behind that, Monster here, standout player for Hit and Run. The RHM, he's not really playing it anymore. It seems to be Ketsai now that's the dedicated light player.
Yeah, I mean, Ketsai, at least if you ask him, is a very good light player. And from what we have seen, it was more than okay. It was pretty good, actually. Standout stat for Monster, in my opinion, is the KD ratio. 2.4, that is pretty high compared with a lot of other peeps.
That also comes down to the fact that they're winning a lot, though.
That is indeed true. Obviously, if you win a lot, you stay alive more, because most of the battles that we actually see end up with all opposing tanks being killed for the winning team, that is. But yeah, let's take a look at the pick and bans in between Hit and Dark Side. Himmelsdorf and Studzianki getting removed, so we are going to start off on Ensk. Alright, so directly banger close-up brawling map, probably.
Very fast match.
Yeah, and it's not gonna slow down at all. Cliff, map number 2, Ghost Town Sand River being removed into Westfield, which arguably is one of the quickest maps in the pool as well. Pilsen then being removed, leaving Muravanka as the possible tiebreaker, so not the slowest map either, but not sure we'll get to see it.
Not sure either. This is going to be a match, guys. 20 minutes of World of Tanks in quick succession. Ensk, Cliff, Westfield. Yeah, there's a good chance we're going to be going very, very ham on that one. But yeah, Ensk is an interesting one to see, because Hit and Run is also a very good Ensk team. But this match is mainly, I think, important here for Dark Side to start with, because if they're not careful, they're going to end up in the same scenario where we saw, I think it was Yogurt yesterday against Hit and Run. Hit and Run does like to roll over teams from time to time. You know, once they get the ball rolling, they're very hard to stop. And then you see those knockout scores come in, you know, 4-0, 3-0 against any team. They have the capabilities of doing that. So for Darkside, they need to stop that train early.
Yeah, and especially on maps like this, you said it, 20 minutes, bam, done. They really have to be careful. I see all of us went with the 4-1, so Moff this time around not daring to go with a clean sweep.
No, and imagine if this time it is 4-0 though. You know, he's going to be kicking himself.
Man, he's going to be molding hard. He probably already is. But yeah, I think the 4-1, at least for myself, it's more of a consolation point. I do think that Darkside has been performing better than Yogurt, and that's also reflected in the standings of the season. But now we'll have to see. Into game number 1 we go. Darkside bringing out a whole host of TDs, actually. A Mouse, a Batchat, Bliska, then an E3, double E4, and WZTD.
Hit and run, and Darkside having the VZTD. We haven't seen it that much anymore, to be honest. I feel like 268 has almost completely replaced that pick, no?
Yeah, kinda. Although the tanks differ substantially just because of the roll skill. The WZTD obviously having the Juggernaut, whereas the 268 gets the reload reduction upon damage and kills. So there is a difference between them. And the WZTD, I mean, normally it has also pretty impressive frontal armor, but against stuff like E3s and E4s, not really.
Now, immediately from the get-go, we can see hit and run very centered around that field area. Catside does get spotted out in that CS63. Can they deny it from him? No, they cannot. Now they destroy the building, but that's a little too late. He will get the full info, but Kano. Oof, Kano.
Ooh. That is a lot of damage on towards Kano, who also maybe... No, he's not taking the baby strike, and that's probably what saves him, because Ketsai puts another shot in towards him. Good spots by Ketsai here very early on. Doesn't even need a light tank to do that. But yeah, for Kano, this match almost over before it started.
I mean, he's just gonna die to the strike.
Possibly. Quite possibly so. Call me Piotr also pushing in now. Hit and run. They know that Kano is isolated in this spot of the map and he cannot run anymore. Kano with a swing and a bounce onto Piotr. Piotr retaliating with the HE, and Ketsai is going to confirm it. Darkside immediately having to play with a man down.
And they're going to try something immediately for the side of Darkside. I mean, Trash Panda driving across with the bat, getting tracked already. Now the E3s and E4s pushing across. Rise realizing the pain immediately in that E4, dropped to about half. Now Scout going across as well. He drops 1k HP. They're trying to make something happen, but every step of the way is so painful for them. It's not what they would want to start this match with, but it's what they're going to get nonetheless. They do find some good shots on Piotr, nonetheless. Good aim there, good shooting, giving them somewhat in this match, but it's still playing a man down at every point, and here comes the rest of the hit and run team.
Yeah, the RT strike also gonna go down on towards Scout, and Dry's just taking a little bit more of HP off, and T-Sec now doesn't even care anymore. He's just gonna drive in, peeks, and delivers a shot that probably should have gone in towards Scout instead, because the strike had been placed as well. Scout going on towards a one-shot here, but realistically, that's nitpicking, because hit and run are looking very clean. The HP is still close, but look at the tank Stucky. It's 7 versus 4.
7 versus 4 with 2,000, make a 3,000 lead for hit and run as well. Franek is the only one that's in relative danger in that mouse, but it's also the one that you want to take all the damage. And now hit and run will do exactly what's in their name. They'll hit, they'll continue running into Darkside, who just cannot stop this onslaught of tanks whatsoever. And yeah, it all started off that initial play with the CS against Kano, that VZTD. Very slow to get to position as well, though.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what spotted him there. I mean, he knows that the information tower does get taken, so he should normally be very wary of that. And then still, he ended up taking a lot of damage, where realistically there should be enough houses in A9, A0 to stay safe, but it was not to be. And And so, yeah, realistically, Hit get a freebie. Not only a tank, but they convert it into a round. Good stuff from them on that part. But yeah, Darkside not with the best of starts.
I mean, you're playing one tank down immediately, so you're forced to make a move. It's always over, no?
Pretty much.
I mean, unless you trade back.
Yeah.
From the start.
I mean, here we can see assistance for Ketsai 2.2. That is probably the initial damage on towards the WZTD. So Ketsai not only top of the board, top kills, but also making the high impact gameplay right there at the start, where it mattered, getting the assistance damage that made his team win the round. So good stuff from him. On the other side, I don't think we can extend that compliment to Kano.
I mean, he looked great dying, though.
It took a long time after he went down towards a one-shot. Like, realistically,
Nice.
after the initial misplay, he made the best out of the situation, but the best was still 0 damage.
Well, that was a quick run of Ensk, and this is the problem, I think, for Darkside that they need to be careful of, because we had one round of Ensk, but in the next 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we're going to have another round of Ensk passed, and already be in the first round of, I think, Cliff?
Yeah.
Then 5 minutes later, we're going to be going over to Westfield, or not.
Yeah, or not, exactly. Because the problem I think that Darkside has is that if they don't somehow manage to mentally reset in between those rounds, then it could all be over before they even noticed it started, right? Like, they are present in the game physically, the tanks are there, but maybe not mentally.
Yesterday they had a disappointing loss against Mafia as well, right? If you think about it, like 3 out of the 4 rounds were super close. They weren't able to convert it, and Mafia is a much slower team than Hit and Run in this current era. So Hit and Run will now try to keep the ball rolling.
Absolutely. Phase 1 score coming in. There it was also a pretty clean affair, 3-1 for Hit. That also means they were able to pick up the maximum amount of points in that phase. Today they're looking for the same thing, I think is fair to say. And I mean, Darkside, if they start off without losing a tank for free, that could potentially go in towards the later stages of a round. But there again, the problem being that they showed yesterday that when it comes to those mid and endgame scenarios, somehow it all starts falling apart for them.
Let's see what round 2 brings, though, before we write off Darkside, right? This first round was kind of a non-factor. It's what do you say about it, you know?
Yeah, no, it sometimes just happens that you lose a player at the start, and then it's very unlikely to win the round. So hopefully it doesn't make too much of a dent in their player cohesion. 2685, that might get switched, I think. But yeah, Darkside coming into Ensk number 2 with the Mouse, the Batchat, the Foch. Still the 2685 getting Hubbard together with double E4 and the WZTD. 2685, does it get the 268 ability? Not even sure.
It does, but it also has a rotating turret as well. There's not that much better outside of the turret. I think it has worse DPM, worse gun handling, worse camo almost, but it has a turret.
Yeah, and it does have the 750 alpha that the normal 268 has as well, with the 395 heat pen, so should not have any kind of penetration issues. Also the gun handling, I mean, yeah, it is kind of iffy, but then again we are playing Onslaught, so it shouldn't be that bad, as Franek takes the green, and with 350 heat pen of his own, he has no problems going to through Kano once again. That is playing, again, the WZTD of his own.
Well, the good thing for Kano is that there's only improvement for him. You know, it's hard to do worse than the last round.
I hope he isn't going to take that as a challenge now, as Ketsai is taking the information tower in the city that is going to provide full info for the team of Hit. That is also capping with 2 tanks. So Shokorix is going to move in towards the cap now. Is probably immediately going to take damage by DJ, who comes around the corner. And 1200, that is quite a lot, as the 268 from the south side is going to open up. But that is a meaty tank that he's shooting at. DJ still 3.6.
Yeah, but T-Sec, there you see that ability, Kihan. You would think he's going to heal a lot, but he won't. The Fush Bees are coming in, though, and Scout feels the hurt. Piotr getting face-hugged by Shockerigs, though. In return, at 268v4 looks to be in a little bit of trouble. Dries wanted to peek Panzer Fury, doesn't get it. The body block from DJ there as well. And that might not be that good for Dries, because that resulted in a lot of damage, and it probably is going to result into his death as well, as Panzer Fury says, hello, remember me. Comes in with his Fush B clips out, and now Kano getting permatracked. Darkseid needs to find something somewhere else on the map.
Exactly. Currently, the kill's still even, 5 versus 5 tanks, and the HP is actually kind of close as well. So if Kano could get in one more shot, that would be absolutely huge. He tries turning his tank. He takes one more to the face, almost reloaded, but no, Katsai shuts it down. A double kill coming out from Hit and Run that now also find tanks in the middle of the map. Shockerix very low in that mouse, needs to be extremely careful, and Panzer Fury has enough shots for Hellmind. I think Hit and Run are starting to run away with it, Darky. It's going to be 2-0.
Yeah, it's, you know, Scout there forward, and then Dries trying to make up for something. Neither of the two really helping their case whatsoever, and Hit and Run. They do it. They take a quick Ensk, let Darkseid wonder about the future, because Ensk is over. The scoreline is 2-0 for Hit and Run.
Indeed, and the 2685 with the first appearance in the OLS is not going to be met with success. I kind of see where the idea of the pick comes from, but I would not have expected Darkseid to be the first ones to pick it. Like, normally Hit and also, I would say, Cashback, and most importantly, or most prominently, maybe W, are the teams to be known for more, like, experimental strats and experimental picks. But yeah, here it didn't really end up making a shining appearance.
No, but also, you know, this was mainly the E4s. I think Scout has like 1 shot of damage and Rise 2 shots, yeah, exactly like that. So you need more out of those tanks.
Yeah, and I don't think it was necessarily the fault or the issue of the 2685. It was just that Hit was able to immediately isolate enemy tanks and just get quick kills on the board quickly, which is obviously what results then in the scoreline of some tanks on the Darkseid lineup not being able to show up in the damage department because they got eliminated so quickly. Like the E4s, they immediately got overrun by Hit. And for them, they were able to just keep more tanks of their own in the fight longer, which is exactly what you want to have if you want to be on the winning end. Now, however, that is Ensk. That was Hit's map pick, and Darkseid responding with Cliff against Hit. I mean,
it's brave.
If you're doing something like that during a pick and ban, it shows that you're not afraid, but there is sort of a line to walk in between being brave and being foolish.
We'll see. Maybe they're cooking Kihan, but it is brave. I'll give them that much to see such a pick come out from them. Can they convert it, Key? That's a different story altogether. I would love to see them do it, to be honest with you. But when it comes to speed, Hit and Run is no strangers to this.
Absolutely not. And Hit showed yesterday, I think, on Cliff against Yogurt as well, how to do it. So for them, Cliff, always a map that they're ready to play. Yogurt need to have something of an ace up their sleeve, because the way that Ensk went, I don't really think they can continue, or the match is going to be over very quickly.
I mean, we'll see. Maybe they got something, Kihan. Let's just see with big hopes to what is going to come out here. I would love to see them surprise me. 5 to 6 8s down the middle of the map. I don't know.
Now, whether that would be successful, I don't know myself.
But it would look great, though.
It would look great. Maybe a last hurrah.
Last hurrah!
Maybe the second Cliff round. Who knows?
Kihan just riding them out, man. Their last hurrah. This is it, man.
I mean, so far... Ah well, let's just put Ensk behind us. Let's open a new and blank page in the book of this match. And let's hope for the match that it is going to continue for more than 2 rounds.
Let's see what we're going to get. I mean, 268 is not just really a viable pick on this map, though. You know, I was joking a little bit. It's just not going to happen. But we could, however, see a surprise. I don't know.
I mean, Darkside seems to be cooking. Double 60 TP, BZ75, a Batchat, a 140 of all things, and then double light on... Ah, never mind. All right. Switching towards double 60 TP, double BZ75, Batchat 140 still, though, and T100. So they are cooking, not sure what.
I'm just not sure if I like it, Kian, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the wrong kind of cooking, you know?
I mean, hit and run as well with a light tank being played by
that's
Catside,
way more
double
normal,
CS.
though. Like,
Yeah,
double
it's
CS, BAT, I7, double 50B. I don't like the 60P, Kian.
It is kind of too slow for Cliff, in my opinion. As we see Call Me Piotr driving towards the 1-2 line with his 50B, probably not going to commit as he is alone. And Trash Panda with the T100, not really an off-meta pick because he is kind of lower profile. He can drive up easier, does still take a shot of damage for his troubles. Franek doesn't shoot the T100 on the cross. Maybe that's because the tank is just too low. But now, as we wait for the battle to unfold, Hit and Run have taken the donut, Darkside have taken the Lighthouse Hill. So far, so good.
Info taken by the side of Darkside, who have a lot of tanks in 1-2. If at some point the information tower gets taken by Hit and Run, it's going to be real trouble for them to actually hold off the mid pressure that will undoubtedly come out at that point.
First of all, Pan's Fury is going to take the strike at the donut.
Piotr doesn't have a medkit, does he?
I can check for you.
Oh, Scout going up now as well. He will go up relatively unscathed in the meantime. BZ reinforcing. I like it from Darkside. It's a set piece, but they do get him up. And I guess Piotr doesn't have a medkit. I'm guessing he has fuel.
Yeah, I just checked. He has fuel indeed. He doesn't have a medkit, so he's going to be playing without a commander for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Pretty annoying, actually,
yeah.
because he's not going to be able to even spot out possibly a 60 TP if he drives to the corner into the bush, because he just doesn't have the view range for it.
He instantly gets stopped for trying to take the information tower, and he's probably very annoyed that he doesn't know when he's spotted and when he isn't. He can't really do much about it, and that's actually a big win for Darkside. If they can deny the information tower and make sure that they don't know about the 60p lower side, it's like, what do we do?
I mean, Piotr can still say that he is getting tapped, and by roughly what kind of alpha. And I think this is the information that Hit might now try to use. They cross over, they don't really take a lot of damage for it, and I think they're just about to make an all-in play in towards the lower side. In comes the plane already. Darkside are expecting this, and indeed, Hit and Run are driving in towards entrenched opponents. The 140 from the backlines is also going to provide DPM as well as inspiration as Vladislav gets pushed upon, but still very healthy. Hit and Run are deeply committed, but down in HP.
They're trying something here. They're trying the best thing that they could figure out, which is pushing down 1-2 into the setup. Thanks from the side of Darkside. They're down 5,000, but they have the potential here to pick up a few guns. They get one, they get a second, they keep everybody alive. Sure, Monster's a one-shot, and DJ is also slightly above that range, but they do have double 60p of the enemy team stuck on that lower side right now. The plane comes out, which means T6 has to be careful, but could be worse.
It could be worse, actually, yeah. Hit and Run are 5,000 HP down right now. Ketsai getting outspotted. The superior camo of the T100 really coming into play here, but he should have more DPM in his RHM, as they do trade a little bit. Trash Panda somehow looking for a hold down spot, but good strike. That was an important one. Ketsai should be able to win the 1v1 easily now. Another strike coming in. Call Me Piotr from the top helping as well with ability active, and he does have the gunner alive. Yes, he is maybe going to die now because he's getting flanked, but Scout doesn't even go for that one.
Scout not going for the kill here is an interesting one. Kano finds a Monster, and now Scout looking for DJ, just ignoring that 50B, which will make his clip from the top. He does find a kill against DJ, and they're deciding to converge on 1-2 line. I understand why he did it, but it could have cost him. But in this case, though, not much left. The 60p's rolling thunder. 60p Lewandowski just rolling over the tanks on the lower side. I mean, at this, I would say it's pretty good.
Yeah, indeed. A good decision by Scout as well. Very mature. I think they didn't want to slow down there on that 1-2 line. They just wanted to converge and get all the kills. And, I mean, Piotr is dead now, and that leaves Ketsai to pick up the pieces of a round that, well, didn't go his way at all. And the thing is, even with the commander staying alive for Piotr, I don't think that would have made that much of a difference.
No, probably not at the end. But I like what Hit did. They knew that they were in trouble. They're like, we have no info. We can't really generate info. They have the top of the hill with 2 tanks. We gotta try something crazy, and they did. And you know what? I think it was the best shot they had almost on the information that they had, which was limited.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, or the other option is obviously to take the hill as well, but you said they were kind of playing blind a little bit because they weren't able to generate the info in the 1-2 line. And so, yeah, Darkside finally show up in the match. It's going to be a rather lengthy round of Cliff, so even if it does go to tiebreaker, Hit still would have the advantage, but it's good to see that Darkside are not getting completely overrun like Yogurt did yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. They put a stop to Hit and Run's momentum. They have to do it again, though. You know, if Hit and Run just wins the next one, it's 3-1, and it be that way. But it was a good round for them. Wasn't sure about the cook, but the set piece working out.
Exactly, the 140 as well from the back, probably happily farming away, inspiring everyone. I'm kind of divided on it because I think like the Centurion still might have been the better pick because you can also play ramp middle and you get kind of the same fire.
I don't know. For where they played him though, like at A5.
It might even be better because the Centurion has more alpha, and so when the tanks cross quickly between the buildings, you might do more damage. But, I mean, it is
never expected to see the day that Keyhand hates on the 140.
Sometimes you gotta be real.
Well, after all this time, finally he starts getting the clue. It's crazy. I'm better late than never, Haki.
For those that do not know, back when ranked was a thing, I was a thorough 140 enjoyer, and to this day I have purple equipment on it. I've not found the courage within me to take it off.
I'll do it for you.
No, it's fine. The last time you were here in Prague and you somehow found my account still logged in on my laptop, all of a sudden I found myself with 1 million less gold, so let's not do that.
Call me Robin Hood. But it was a good round, though, for Darkside. Maybe this slowing down a lot on Cliff helps against teams like Hit and Run, who probably in practice nowadays just... I assume you can train 20 rounds of Cliff in 1 hour.
Yeah, maybe. The way that a lot of rounds go on the map would leave room for 20 rounds. And that is obviously a lot of experience, although sometimes we do see that teams that train a lot maybe don't train effectively.
Training against the same idea too often gets you locked into a bad mindset sometimes.
Yeah,
you only know how to play against one thing and somebody does something else again, then you're like in trouble.
So let's see what this second round of Cliff is going to bring. So far, Darkside, I mean, they're map pick. They convert the first round. And now with the second one, we were almost writing them off after Ensk. But now with the second one, they have the possibility to even out the match again.
Sure, but let's not get ahead of ourselves in that department either, Keyhand. You know, we're swinging a lot from one to the other end in that regard. Is it possible? Sure. Is it realistic? Ooh, let's see. Let's see what Darkside has for us.
Maybe cooking again, maybe a 140 again. Although from that side, I think the like the cooler cook would be adding a stage 2 to the lineup. We've seen that one, not that much in OLS Season 3. I don't think we saw any so far, but it was used to effect in Season 2. I think it even won some rounds there. So it is kind of a meme pick, but it can work out. Let's see, Darkside, a singular BZ, double CS63, double E50M, and double light again, or is that just...
No, it was switch, it was switch.
Okay.
But it's a very aggressive lineup though, it's definitely changing the pace for Darkside. Hit and run in return though, double 50B, a bad triple CS, and a T100 this time. So they're not really changing much about the philosophy altogether, yeah?
I think I prefer Hit's lineup in this scenario. Just when it comes to the shootout, you have the double 50B able to just completely clip out one of the DPM mediums, for example the E50M. As soon as you get to the side of it, the E50M just has a wonderful time with that. Just has to get out, obviously, after it does its clip. And a good plane coming out from Katsai sees a lot of tanks driving in towards the middle of the map, which is exactly what Hit is doing as well, with 7 tanks.
2 double CS coming from the lower side. 4 Darkside will need to get involved in the game somehow. The CS is now taking the hill. Actually, no, they're just taking the ram. That's Panzer Fury. T-Sec and Katsai grouping up for the push, which will probably happen down the middle of the map one way or another. Kano and the D50M is the one, but look at Darkside. They've pulled back. They've gone between the houses like rats running away. But can they stop the ship from sinking is another question. Shockerics will be run over by a tide of white tanks from Hit and Run, getting them off, pushing with Franek, maybe Kano as well, find the secondary kill. Now Hellmine surrounded as well. They may have run away, but did they do enough from those positions is another question. Now we can see Darkside flipping though, which is an interesting one. Another fight we gotta keep our eye on as well. Kihan is the top of the hill. It's a 4-on-6, but it is potentially playable. But if Trash Panda loses this, that will be the end.
Absolutely, and Katsai right now with the HP advantage on the hill as the hit and run tanks come back towards the middle of the map. Yes, Dries has Crossfire, but he is also at the same time not in the fight. And now hit and run look for the decisive action in this one, starting to collapse on towards Scout, on towards Vladislav as Monster comes off reload with the Batchat as well. Franek completely spent his clip, but Call Me Piotr still there. Scout goes down towards a one-shot, sent to the garage. Trash Panda on the hill also on a one-shot, same for Katsai though, but at this point in time, hit and run just with the superior amount of guns.
Yeah, you can see Darkside pulling back, anticipating this move, but still not able to hold it nonetheless. The issue, I think, for them is, Keyhand, that the tanks that are supposed to win the battle, right, the E50Ms, are dead after the push. You know, like...
And I think that is down to the perfect focus fire coming out from Hit. They were able to take out those tanks that mattered immediately. As I said before the brawl started, the E50Ms getting flanked by the 50Bs, that was exactly the scenarios that the 50Bs were looking for. And you could actually see in the brawl, Hit and Run was sending one 50B to one E50M and the other one towards the other one. I think that was at the corner. So they were trying to take out those tanks, remove the effective DPM immediately, and then just snowball from it. So very, very good decision making by the Polish team.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue there for Darkside, right? Like I said, those tanks that are supposed to win the game after the initial engagement, it's not the CSs coming from 1-2 line. Those double CS coming up are not game winners. The BZ is not a game winner. They needed those E50Ms, and those E50Ms, sadly, are completely in the wrong position on the scoreboard.
Indeed. The E50Ms being focused out immediately. That is, yeah, just great focus, great decision making coming out. And yeah, obviously there are going to be some tanks in the fight that are going to get focused out. But then again, like normally we would criticize a 50B for not doing a second clip. But I think here it actually kind of worked out because he got out his first clip. Although only doing 3 out of 4, but he got out the first clip, and then a 50B is still a heavy tank. There is a lot of shots that the team of Darkside needs to expend to take him out of the game, who would be reloading then anyway. So in that sense, it even works for Hit. But yeah, this leaves us after Ensk and Cliff with a 3-1 scoreline, and now Westfield, no room for mistakes by Darkside.
And it will not be another quick game. And so far, they haven't won a single brawl against Hit and Run, right? The one round they won was a slow game where they forced Hit and Run to push. But purely brawling-wise, they're getting decimated.
Right. Yeah. Every single one of those shootouts so far.
It's not even like against Mafia where it's close, really. There were 3 rounds that they lost. They had no answers.
No, I think Hit are doing a very good job of forcing Darkside into the scenario where the Hit players are more experienced, more comfortable, and for all intents and purposes, for what we've seen so far, they're just better in that scenario, the Brawl.
Can they brawl it out on Westfield, though? Because there's no way to avoid it, Gian. If Hit and Run wants to brawl, they will make the brawl, you know? You cannot avoid it. You cannot. I'm thinking about it. Like, even if you're playing slow, you cannot avoid the repush at some point. You have to brawl.
Yeah. I mean, the best scenario for Darkside would somehow be, once again, Hit having to drive at them, where Darkside can just sit and shoot, but that scenario is pretty favorable for any kind of team. So it's good for them that they were able to do it, or to generate this scenario on Cliff 1, but if it seems to be anything but that, then Hit has the edge.
The lineups will tell us exactly what kind of game we're going to get. I could see Hit play a little bit more split, which their lineup is kind of saying as well, right? A little bit double 50B, Mivi, K91, double Bliska, and an RHM.
Meanwhile, for Darkside, no light tank. It's going to be BZ Centurion, E50M, never mind, BZ Centurion, triple Bliska, an STRV, and an RHM. So both sides are going to have the immediate plane at the start available.
Just looking at it.
K91, I wonder, is the gun depression enough to maybe even play at the ridges?
Which ridges are we talking about?
The one at the cap.
Not really. You have to kind of peek backwards, you know. Like you can maneuver yourself around it, but when you look at where he's going, he's playing on a 5, so it's not really a problem for him. He just peeks with the back to it, and he'll always have gun depression. But it's actually Hit and Run going for the fight, and Darkside trying to play the split. BZ75 on towards the cap. Already there's Centurion EX getting pressured by the RHM Panzer wagon of Ketsai. Hellmine sitting in there. Good shot from Kano though, immediately. 500 to Ketsai. He knows now that there is a STRV there, and Piotr spots out Hellmine as well. And this is Trash Panda, an opportunity to play around with this 50B for a while as well. And look at the rotation down. Vladislav is coming, and Monster Ketsai kind of far away from Piotr right now.
And the thing is, Piotr already used one of his shots on towards the RHM, so now he is going to shoot more into the Bliska. Never mind, good focus fire coming out from Piotr as Hellmine gets focused out by Ketsai and Monster. And still, the DPM of that Bliska is pretty high, but there is 2 tanks kind of on top of Hellmine. He's about to possibly go down a strike to help as well, but Piotr also falls.
Hellmine will get picked up by Ketsai. The strike from Hit and Run coming in as well, doing a good amount of damage. And now you can see Ryzen, a little bit of no man's land. The BZ75 starting to get pressured of Shockrix. The K91 is moving in. Panzer Fury cutting the map in half, but takes a lot of damage for that. Ryzen needs to get into safety. Kano in the STRV, not really impactful either. And now you can see that Shockrix may give a shot against Franek, but that TPM from the K91 every 4 seconds, roughly, giving a shot against that tank. Bryce falling against Franek. The repush coming in with the STRV even. Desperate measures at this point. Kano mounting Ketsai. I mean, it's one way to try and do the things, right?
Absolutely, but Scout in the meanwhile getting pushed by DJ and Pansfurious Franek with that K91 happily DPMing away against Shockrix, who might do one more shot of damage, but at this point the DPM of the K91 absolutely crazy, kicking into full effect. And now we see Kano with that STRV. You said it, desperate measures if the STRV has to come to the brawl. His fellow RHM gets picked up and hit and run. I mean, they stumble a little bit on cliff number 1, but all the other rounds completely going in their favor, and they are going to lock it in, actually completing all of our predictions 4-1. Happy smiles across the board for everyone except Darkside.
And external as well.
And external, well.
You know, Moss catching up to external. You know, but good stuff there from Hit and Run in control. I feel like Darkseid could have done more there. I'm gonna be honest, that AX staying in position while getting pushed by a 50B and IHM, he could have disengaged towards his teammates. I think it was Hellmind. I think he should have done that as well, force the RHM and 50B to chase him while they're killing Piotr off as well. Could maybe shield, keep him alive, because that is the Inspire tank, and the Inspire tank is a crucial one in this kind of a battle as well. I think he could have done more, honestly. I think he could have gotten more out as well. The damage board kind of says the same.
Yeah. And, I mean, in this kind of scenario, the damage spread is pretty even in between Hit and, like, the players of Hit. Like, obviously, Piotr getting killed after one clip wasn't nice for him, but at the end of the day, once again, it was kind of a drawn-out brawl, very messy everywhere across the map, but, like, once again, the Hit players just proving to be superior in that kind of scenario.
Kano actually top damage in the S3V, but yeah, the AX that we talked about on the bottom there, I really think he could have done more with that. It was a good push from Hit and Run, but he kind of sat there and let himself get picked up in return, which is not the way forward. But forward, Keyhand, we will go still in today.
Exactly, and I think that is enough yapping from us for the time being. When we return, there will be yet another match of OLS, and keep in mind, after that, we have the OCS finals coming up as well, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. Moff, what a banger we have here ahead of us. W against Mafia. Both teams coming off of a loss, but W actually, I think this is their third loss in a row that they're coming off, so things have started looking a little bit more grim from them. Going from position 1 to like now position 4, they gotta be careful.
It's
the
beginning. It's the beginning of a downward spiral. It's gone from sweet to sour, and like my predictions, it's going very much in the opposite direction for them. Unfortunately, we expect and we hope this will be a banger. The last 2 days, most of the games haven't really been all that competitive outside of hit and run against Mafia earlier in the week, but. Mafia, on the other hand, they're not really on a downwards trajectory. They're just cruising. They're just along for the ride. They're not at the top of the leaderboard, but they're just constantly delivering consistent performances. Whether they win or lose, they're always in the fight.
They are just this kind of team, I feel like, that just sneaks under the radar, but they always perform in MOF. You know, they don't really have bad streaks or super amazing streaks, but they have pretty straightforward kind of performances. W having Gotcha Baby as a standout player on the right, this doesn't really look to me like Orchak.
No, that is an imposter.
That is Brainbreaker.
We're comparing him. Yeah, it is Brainbreaker. We're comparing him to his former teammate, of course. Actually, no, they were never teammates because they swapped positions. Brainbreaker was on W before when. Baby went to Cashback, and then they swapped places. Predictions for community, 54% to 46%, just barely giving W an edge, which kind of gives you an inkling, an idea as to how competitive we hope and expect this match to be. W being slightly favored, they've still got the people's hearts and minds from their win in Season 2, and even earlier in Phase 1 of Season 3, they were pretty strong, but it's just kind of been brought to a halt, the hype that they had. Yeah, and that's the thing. They started the season off really well, really strong, consistent, beating everybody as well, and you're like, okay, I like this W, but now they're starting to fall off a little bit more. Yeah, and as we move into Phase 2 with the best of sevens, it does become harder to get those wins. It's not so easy to just roll over these teams that are in position 7, position 8, and obviously with longer formats as well, you have to go deeper into your map pool, and you know, we keep saying cooking and overcooked, but it does feel like, especially in that match that W played against Yoga, it did very much feel like they were making things needlessly complicated for the level of opponent they were up against. Hit and Run, on the other hand, of course, there's still a lot of details that go into it, but Hit and Run's playstyle, it just lends itself much more to just simple pushes and being grouped up and focus firing together. Sometimes W, they go too far with it. They go too far with maybe taking too many light tanks, taking too many oddball picks, setting up some traps that just don't work. Mafia is not the kind of team to run into traps too often either, Moff, though, with their playstyle, which is kind of slow and methodical. I told you, they remind me a lot of Cashback in Season 1. You know, the team that likes to play deeper, away from their opponent, more controlled, a little bit of everything, but that is exploitable by a very aggressive team, which W have shown that they can be. They kind of thought themselves they were the pioneers of the Juggernaut meta. Let's put it that way. I think they were at that point with the Bliskavitsas. Perhaps. I think what you're saying about Mafia's playstyle is, while it's very consistent and that can be rewarding and just delivering over time, sometimes, you know, if you play to this level, you know, you can get caught out by your opponents doing something unorthodox. You can get caught off by these big over pushes, like you say. Predictions are quite split across the board. We've got 3 of us going for W. I'm going for W in tiebreaker, and Phil's going for Mafia in tiebreaker. So unlike the previous games, as the previous match with Hit and Run, we all went 4-1 because we just had this feeling that Darkside were going to get rolled, but we thought maybe they'll pick up 1 round. We can see here, we don't really know where this one's going to go.
No, it's not. It's also the hardest one to predict, IMO, for the day, so it's fine.
It's the two teams that are the closest level.
Yeah,
there's not as much of a gap between them.
You would expect them to be somewhere in a similar region, indeed, and that's why you see the predictions the way they are. But Cliff is going to be a very interesting one between these two teams, because Mafia, when I see Cliff, I'm worried for them, you know.
Yeah, it's as we said, with their sort of slow, methodical playstyle, Cliff wouldn't seem to be the sort of natural playground for them. But you know, they can definitely take a fight if need be. W, I don't recall seeing them play Cliff that much. I remember at the end of Phase 1, they played against Cashback on it, and they just got completely annihilated. I don't recall them playing it in other games.
I'm trying to recall.
There's a lot of matches going back to Phase 1. It's difficult to remember, but that is quite some amount of 50Bs being brought by Mafia. Quad 50B, a BZ75 TVP, and a T100.
It's very aggressive for Mafia. Let's make catch W off guard, who are bringing double BZ, double 57, a Bat, a Gorilla, and a T100. Then again, though, the teams are doing the opposite of what we said, Moff, simply because the fact is that W with the Gorilla is going to be playing slower.
They are, but I mean, this also kind of lends itself to the cooking playstyle, the doing more creative strats. And the Gorilla was very popular back in Season 1. The teams like literally Clueless, the GOAT of OLS, they brought double Gorilla strats. It was quite popular before. It's fallen a little bit out of fashion. What is weird to me, though, is double T57 heavies, especially because of the ability nerf. It's a difficult tank to make work on this kind of map.
Let's see if W can do it. T100 taking the hill from Klurf will not be spotted out. Well, YOLO will be spotted out in return. YOLO is not going for it, though. He's like, I don't want to right now, guys. I'm going to be chilling. The 50Bs from Mafia arrive.
He's up.
And they are shooting a little bit towards those BZs. Frugal taking a lot of it, but YOLO did get up, indeed. And, oof. YOLO surprising Klurf, and because of that, Mov, look at the engagement. It's completely in YOLO's favor. Gives a free one as well. YOLO's like, well, my hill.
Yeah, and this is massive as well, because W's entire strat is predicated on the fact that they would have that hill control, but at the moment that's not the case, and they can't really send anyone else up the hill. If Itox were to try and do that in the BZ, he would be spotted by Profuse, and then the 50Bs would all poke out from Donut and shut that down. So a bit of a spanner being thrown into the works here. W early on, they thought they had the hill, but YOLO just very calmly waited until he was D-spotted and then instantly went for it.
Again, I like it. I like it very much from YOLO, and he played it very, very well. And now W has to figure out the problem, right? The problem is, how do we deal with this hill? Also, like, Gwillet doesn't have ability. It's always important to note that he does not have ability right now.
And that's huge, not just because of the alpha, but also the accuracy. The Gorilla viewers will know at home that it's not, you know, in theory it's a very accurate tank, but it can do quite some trolling. Of course, even with ability not being active, you still have the Onslaught modifiers, which are going to make it more accurate overall. We've got Mentos, who looks to be doing something that we've not seen for quite a while, which is someone actually boosting on towards the hill. Is he going to be able to make it work? He's not quite going to get there, but he's got plenty of time to go for another attempt, because Mafia, true to their character, are not really doing much right now. YOLO has taken a shot on top of the hill. I'm not sure if that was a blind, but that's going to even out the 1v1 up there.
You think that's actually a possibility? What Mentos was trying? Oh.
Well, surely he wouldn't be trying it if it wasn't possible, right? He must have practiced it. He got spotted by radar there, and takes a shot. I think that YOLO then immediately replaned him, and Mentos takes another shot, takes another one from the 50B. Kono with ability active. And now Mafia, they actually know that Mentos was trying to do this as well.
I mean, YOLO's HP has gone down in the meantime as well again.
It has. I think it was a strike, right? Because you can see the craters around him.
Oh, Itox is going. Itox is going in the BZ.
Timing.
Profuse misses. Conrad and Kono now starting to peek, starting to do the damage with those 50Bs. And it's going to hurt. Itox pops the booster now, but how much is left by him by the end? It is about 1,355 HP. Zero.
No. That was it was a gambit, let's say. If he managed to get up there with even just with a little bit of a HP, it might have been okay. But I think
the worst part is he also got
no.
The worst part is he got Klurf striked as well.
Yeah, they got a double strike. So things have gone from bad to worse for W right now, and this is going to be a very slow and painful death, we suspect, in round number 1. I think Itox, like, he tried to sit safe and then realized that he couldn't, and then continued to go up. Maybe he could have done something different there by just continuing all the way, or perhaps he could have tried to tuck in more to the rock. I'm not sure.
I really don't know. I just know that W is currently in a lot of trouble, Moff. Down again. He's boosting again.
Does he make it this time? No. So again, Mentos does not make the climb, and Klurf is he's got no, never mind. Was that predetermined? I'm not sure, but he's gone back. I guess I
think this was predetermined.
Well, I was thinking maybe the idea is that he wants to not get planed so he can't get striked, because obviously he is a one shot for that. So he's thinking, if I can get to an unorthodox position, then I'm not gonna die. But the problem is now that he can't even do anything from there. The whole team has been spotted out. Radar gets taken by Kono, and Klurf does die to the strike. And this really is going to be one to take the time to think over in this false start of a game.
Well, we can see that Mafia is sticking through
He's
today.
going for it again.
One day he's going to make it.
This is the 4th attempt.
Can be very reliable if...
And he doesn't make it.
Hey, 5th time's the charm, bro.
Well, there's 4 minutes left in the game, so he's got 4 minutes to try and make it work. But this time, I think Profuse is possibly going to spot him out. No, Profuse is... Oh, never mind, he does get spotted. So Mentos will not have the luxury of a 5th attempt, which he definitely would have made going up towards that hill. And it can be quite frustrating as a player to not be able to make those kind of climbs, especially because you know that he would have spent a lot of time preparing and training for this one very moment, and the fact that he's not able to make it, it's really... He's going to be kicking himself.
How much time has he really spent on it, though? And Mafia is so cool, calm, and collected, it's annoying. You know, they're so chill about it that it's annoying. They're really just like... Whatever, bro. You know, we're not gonna go kill them.
They're playing to the rulebook. They know that they're up. They know that they have the kills advantage. They know they have the HP advantage. Why would we do anything? Strike comes in. Kono finds that kill, and this is kind of similar to how they were playing in their match yesterday against... who did I play yesterday? I played against Darkside, and even though the EBR was in the 1v1 and he could have easily just gone and killed the remaining tank, he just played it very slow, very careful, calm and collected.
You know what I didn't like there from YOLO? It's a very, very small point of picking, is that he didn't blind play in K5 before taking the info, you know? Because he he'll get the replay anyway. Yeah, so because the Gorilla's been doing the same thing over and over again, you know? So it's like, why not? That's like a small point. I think W now realizes as well that it is pretty much over. So we're just on top of the light tower having a good time. I think Mafia's having a good time as well. Kono does fall against the T57 heavies, but those are all points that do not matter anymore. It's been over for a while.
Yeah, those 57 heavies are out of juice now, and Uzek is going to be pushing in his 50B now on reload. Eels and Baby never really got to do anything in this game. And like the most of W's team, to be honest, they were just kind of sitting around waiting for Mentos to hopefully take the hill. Itox made his attempt to get up there and was also unsuccessful. And
you know what I don't understand? Why they didn't play the long con game, you know, keep trying to boost Mentos up instead of Itox going up, collecting strikes as well around the hill, right? And then, worst comes to worst, Klurf and YOLO, they're both dying, you know, to strikes.
Yeah, you could build up that nuclear arsenal.
I mean, because Mafia had 2 strikes and W had 1 at that point, so they could have basically made, you know, YOLO the same HP or trade him off on the hill with before Itox, and they could still continue boosting even before they sent him up.
Yeah, I think I just want to go back to the talking point before this match started, is W playing these kind of strats where it's a gambit and there's a certain fragility to their setup, right? If what they're planning to do doesn't work, if things don't go according to plan, then how do you recover from that? And we see Eoz and Jackifer actually ended up doing both 4K, but it's all late game farm, which is irrelevant in the end. And like I said, it's just if one piece is out of place, then it feels like the strat just falls apart. And it did feel like Mafia had a good lineup to counter as well. Having 450Bs in Donut means that even if someone lets off a couple of shots and goes on reload, you're pretty much always going to have at least 250Bs ready to shoot going up the hill.
It's just such a chill game for Mafia, though. They were constantly just controlling the game, getting some free damage, just sitting, waiting, and like, not a single sweat was for them on their foreheads after that whatsoever. Did it surprise W a little bit that Mafia brought 450Bs? Maybe.
I mean, the bigger thing is that YOLO got up the hill unspotted, right? And then immediately that meant that Klurf was in the deficit in the trade.
And then Klurf got out-traded on top of the hill.
Did he get out-traded by Kono?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so who is it? It was YOLO in the
YOLO. So when YOLO arrived and spotted on top of the hill, Klurf immediately took a shot from the BZ and one from YOLO, so minus 1,000, and then one more from YOLO as well. So all of that initial was very, very bad for W.
Yeah, I think perhaps the adjustment for W should be one of the BZs immediately being in the middle on the playing towards the ramp, so that YOLO isn't going to be able to get up that hill for free. Although even if you play on the ramp, can you necessarily spot him? It would be awkward. But both of the BZs at the start, they were aiming at the hill. I think did YOLO do the line where you can, in the T100, where you can do the pathing where you can kind of not be visible to your opponent?
I mean, I would assume so. That's why you also picked the T100, right?
Because that would explain why they're so caught off guard. In which case, that's a very good play from YOLO, because that's not... T100 is kind of a finicky tank. It's not easy to execute the wiggling of climbing.
Well, I can tell you that tapping left-right is a secret to many climbs. Micro taps.
A lot of climbing back in the day.
Hours. Hours and hours and hours and hours. That's when I was still playing professional, quote-unquote. So many hours into climbing.
Yeah, something that's definitely fallen out of fashion, but... I mean, it would have been cool to see if Mentos could do it, and the fact that he was trying it means it's obviously possible. So maybe that's something that teams will be paying attention to going forwards. But onto the next round, we've got Mafia coming back in, this time with double 50B. Then we've got 4 BZ75s and YOLO in the T100.
W in return, double 50B, BZ, triple E50M, and an RHM, and they're going very aggressive. A good plane there from YOLO, though.
That is a very good plane indeed. But equally, a good plane coming back from Klurf. He spots 5 tanks playing bottom side, so I think they will have an idea that there's going to be a split with 2 coming from top side. Both teams sending 2 tanks from the top of the map, but YOLO is in the tier 100 and he's going to go towards the hill. Plane on the corner. Gets the spot out, but the trades going on. Just a little bit of chip damage for both of these teams right now. YOLO has taken the hill for Mafia. Is Frugo going to go up in the BZ? That's the question right now. But neither team is actually committed into the donut, so we've got a bit of a stalemate. YOLO has taken radar, so now full information is available. And Frugo is going up that hill. He is unspotted though, so only takes just the 1 shot of damage. I think Yuzek was actually on reload from the earlier engagement.
Now, Mafia pushing in though, unspotted, because I think the plane was used on Klurf's position, so they couldn't plane anymore. Baby now coming, wants to trade us out, but this is a disaster for W.
Yeah, Donut taken pretty much for free. Kono will not be bothered by taking that damage whatsoever. The hill has been taken for W, but having 5 tanks stuck on the bottom side now is a big problem.
Profus is coming to the top as well, and what does W do here? Because right now it's looking dire for them. Frugo spotted out by Marcel. There's still a plane available for YOLO.
Is Profus even spotted?
No, hasn't been the whole time. He will just go straight for the 1v1.
Element of surprise. Is he going to give in 1 shot? Nope. Frugo is wise to it, but then immediately rocket boosts. Is he going to give up 1 shot to trade it for a better position? But that's not looking good. And now YOLO is going to join Profus. They're going to combine on towards Frugo together and potentially look for that kill. Strike being taken around the hill by the E50M, but it's very awkward to try and recommit to the top part of the map when you're stuck on the bottom side. That 50B, it's going to be very tricky, and YOLO is just spotting for it right now. He's not even helping Profus because Profus is completely fine. He has the HP lead in the trades. Frugo can't really peek against him. He doesn't have the gun depression for that. So YOLO is just spotting any rotation.
Yeah, and I guess that's why, you know, they're not committing to really killing the hill. YOLO is just spotting the rotation. And if you're W, this is a horrible position to be in, because you don't have any info anymore. I mean, you don't have any valuable info. You know that the BZs are above you, but they could also be going middle and killing Frugo. Time is ticking. It's all not in your favor.
Yeah, and they were just respotted again, so Mafia have confirmed they are still sitting in the 1-2 line, and you can see all the BZs and the 50Bs, and even YOLO in the T100 has joined the rest of the gang. So they are fully expecting and well prepared for this push, and it is going to come in. That's a lot of HP on the BZs to chew through, and Jackifer is the first target focused out. Is he even going to make it in towards Donut? No, he will not. Itox is going to be the next one up. Another strike coming in. It's like lambs to a slaughter.
It's over. That initial coming around the corner, immediately Jackifer deleted. The strike hits, I think, on 5 targets as well, or 4. Don't even remember. There was a lot of damage, and now the dying moments of W on Cliff, getting out gamed and out-minded by Mafia altogether. Really strong showing from Mafia here, and it's for them a dream start in this matchup against their currently closest competitor, W, who came into Cliff probably hoping for something, but will not receive it.
It was so clean as well, the whole game. They just under no pressure whatsoever, just making
even bringing the T100 over, you mean, for the last ditch, like the last push? He's there as well.
Yeah, because they spotted it. They knew it was coming already. As Profus does some parkour getting down the hill. I don't know who actually picked Cliff. Was it W or was it Mafia? Not that it really matters, you know.
I will check for you.
The map pick and bans, we've seen it so many times where the teams lose their map picks and then go on to win their opponents. It's more just a preference. But being down 2-0, not a good start for W. On the other hand, brilliant for Mafia.
Okay, so W versus Mafia, W banning Pilsen, Mafia banning Moro. First map, Cliff picked by W.
Which did, that kind of blew up in their face, didn't it? Did not work out whatsoever. And Jackifer was the first one.
Those strikes though, man. Oof, a lot of strike damage there initially as well. 1600 from Marcel. One of the other BZs will also have some, I guess. 1200. That's an entire tank mob dead to strike almost.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you let your opponent just sit on the points of interest uncontested for so long. They just build up that nuclear arsenal, and then eventually when the push finally comes, you just get completely blasted. And you're almost left thinking, in that moment, W should have just made the call then and there. It probably would have been their best opportunity to repush if they went straight into the BZs as they were pushing Donut themselves.
Studzianki is the next one off. But for W, this is not looking good. It's looking a bit grim. However, they have shown to be a team of comebacks, though.
Yeah, they did build up that reputation of going down towards match point before they actually started playing. Perhaps that's a tactic they're employing. However, whether it's deliberate or not is another thing to be debated. Studzianki, again, we said it in the last match. The map wasn't picked very much, but now that's 2 games in a row that we're seeing it. And I don't really know that we can read too much into what we saw from the previous matches, how that's going to reflect in this one, because the previous Studzianki game between Hit and Run and Darkside, no light tanks were brought at all. And I can't imagine that Mafia and W are going to play without lights on this map.
It's possible, but I would say it was more likely during a Juggernaut meta than now. In this day and age, playing the cap is very hard, and even if you do tend to play it with a light as well. So let's see. I mean, W needs to mentally reset because that cliff was not pretty muff. If you're playing that cliff as a player, it's a mental disaster.
Yeah, and if we took away the names of the teams, you would think it. Honestly, you would probably think it was one of the 2 games from earlier on in the day, right? That being Darkside and Yogurt, with the kind of performance that was on towards Cliff. No offense to those teams, of course, but it's just the difference in caliber. But W just, you know, this is the same trend that we've seen so far. They're just falling off of a cliff, and they're not shying away from their antics, their tiki-taka ideas. But Mafia, then they
have a different idea.
Mood. They're in no mood for the funny business.
It is very interesting.
It's either going to go amazingly well or completely terrible.
It's going to be either they're going to pick them apart and it's going to be like beautiful, like, oh my god, look at these angles, wow, beautiful shots, woo, or
Mafia just into them and they die.
Or it's going to be like, well, we had that was fun, let's not see that again, you know. Good plane though, very good plane.
Gets 5 tanks spotted at the start of the round, so Mafia will know there's a light tank in play, and that's pretty good info for the start of the game. Mentos going aggro in the EBR, pops ability straight into the trenches. Frugo going in towards the CS strike as well. And how do Mafia react to this? Because they instantly know what they're up against, or they will have an idea of what they're up against, and they're just going to go for the push. They're pushing with those IS-7s, they're sticking to what their initial plan was, but they're cutting in towards the cap. Ooh, this is an interesting pathing from those IS-7s. They're going to torpedo into Frugo in that CS-63. Is he prepared for this? He's starting to run away, but he's going to get blasted for it.
Yeah, and he's going to continue getting chased by these IS-7s as well. Kono in return not having a great time either in that batcha, but Frugo on the runaway. Can he survive? Down towards a one-shot. No, he cannot. Conrad puts him down, and Mentos now coming in with the DBR, finding Kono as well. They do pick up that bad shot, Moff. It's a 1-for-1, and arguably that is the savior here for W. The bad thing is, however, that they lost the big strike and Frugo, but they have a bunch of small strikes still.
They did, and obviously Kono was the only tank that's really got any kind of stealth and mobility on the lineup of Mafia, but they've still got this cap underway. There's 10 seconds. It is under threat, and there are mini strikes available for W, but they need to make sure that they connect them because there's no one from their team even remotely close to that cap circle right now. So even if the reset comes in, it only hits 1. It's still going to be 13 seconds. W on the clock here under pressure. If you do not reset this cap, this will be an embarrassment here. Another mini strike is going to come in to reset. That puts it back down to 20 seconds, but still under pressure.
I mean, they still have mini strikes more than they could ever wish for. IOS, however, doesn't have a plane, or he does have a plane actually, just wasn't lit up. He spots out Marcel and Yuzek. They're going to get double striked again. That will give again a big strike to Itox, so look at that. resets, and it's a level 2 strike actually because of that. Some shots coming in now as well, and this is the rat tactic in full effect.
Yeah, it is. And remember, the key, one of the other differences, one of the changes to ability, we talked about T57 Heavy earlier, but the buff to the mini strike, the prestige points that you get when you actually use your ability is significantly more than it was before, which means that if you do an effective mini strike, there's a much higher likelihood that you're going to immediately get it back.
Yeah, now Jakefa playing against Perfuse there as well. The rat tactic is slowly but surely working. They do need to strike out YOLO, and you can see the split up there as well. YOLO does get reset. Now it's Yusek and Marcel again. Itox has a tier 2 strike as well. Yusek and Marcel, they're trying, but it's not working. An HE reset even from the T100, I think, from all the way C-line by the looks of things. And now Conrad taking some damage as well, and the rat tactic, Moff, it's starting to rat away.
It's starting to work. The HP is being chipped. The death by 1,000 paper cuts, but they're still on the clock. It's just so finely poised and balanced on a knife edge. They get any moment, if they don't get the resets that they need, they can
look at YOLO,
suddenly
he's starting
find
to get
themselves.
angled out though. I think it's Klurf has an angle as well, like an Ichi angle. There's a Leo from behind as well. Okay, as much as the cliffs were really annoying, if you're Mafia, this is also extremely annoying.
It is extremely tilting to lose.
I think Baby has an angle on towards Yusek as well.
Potentially.
Yeah.
He's actually shooting him as well, so now they're
That's
resetting.
a level 2 strike now for Baby because of that.
Now they're resetting with damage, not only the mini strikes, which means that they have 2 layers of insurance policy here in order to reset the cap. And Mafia, it looked like there was a chance at one moment, but now it's just going from bad to worse, and this is going to be a very, very long and painful game, even more so than the cliff that went the other way.
They have
and
to
Mafia,
abandon
what
this.
do they do?
They have to abandon this cap. It is not going to work.
But what do they do? They
I have no
they
idea,
have no
but the
mobility.
HP Moff is starting to work against them. Oof.
They are now in a deficit in HP, so those E100s, they've got a lot of health, but now things are turning quite bad, and we can do nothing. Just as Mafia can do nothing, we can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, and now the biggest issue is Moff that the abilities are popping. You know, like they're really charged, like high level planes, high level mini strikes, and it's kind of a snowball effect, right? Like a high strike doing more damage, gathering more prestige, right? It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way.
Yep, another one comes in, and 150 in isolation, it doesn't seem like much, but when you've got 3 Leo 1s just constantly going, ooh, 150, ooh, 150, it really does add up over time. Jackfer, I think, took a blind shot there.
No, he was spotted. He went very far A-line.
Yeah, being a little bit too curious.
There's not much to say, they're just slowly dying.
Yeah, there is nothing to say. It's just W have worked it out.
And they even called Frugo in the beginning, because if they didn't catch Frugo, they would have just lost Kono relatively free.
Yeah, and Frugo was the only tank they even realistically had a chance of getting. I think what Mafia should have done, to be honest, I think they should have just gone straight through the south with the I-7s.
Either that, or they should have kept clearing B-line with at least, or come back with something and keep pushing B-line all the way, so they could take all the way to like E8, so to clear a flank, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think you need to clear a flank at this point.
Yeah, I think the moment to go was as they were killing Frugo, they should have pushed in with the I-7s while they were because they were all grouped up in the south while they were trying to kill Kono, which means that there's an opportunity to push into them. But it's just so ridiculous to watch when it works, isn't it? It's absolutely disgusting, complete filth.
La rata.
Yeah.
If you're a Mafia player, you just like actually hate this game. You're like, you know what? I'm done. I'm gonna go play Tetris. You know what? Conrad, good luck, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah. It's a bit of it's quite the momentum shift from what we just watched on Cliff, right? Mafia taking the commanding 2-0, and now if you're W, that's definitely a morale booster for sure. It still could have very easily gone wrong though. Like, Mentos was very close to being required to suicide his tank in order to get a reset. And like you said, if they didn't get those initial resets, they were very, very close to
They had 2 mini strikes, though. I think the bigger issue would have been if there was no mini strike generated in the beginning, but they somehow did generate them. And I think
It's because they shot at the Batchats and the IS-7.
yeah, if there's no such thing, Moff, it's a lot harder because you're not guaranteed the mini strikes, right? But now Itox had the biggest part is here. Let's look how many, including skills part on the 3,800 assists. Yeah, 1K by strikes. That's mini strikes. Yeah, 700 by mini strikes.
We're looking at the stat that says including used skills.
That's 1,350 by mini strikes. For a mini strike that does 9, is it 90 or 100 now?
It's buffed to
100 on the first level, 150 on the second,
150 on the second,
and 250 on the third. 1,000 plus damage is a lot of mini strikes.
Yeah. And Frugo maybe not doing much actual damage, but he definitely
If Frugo lives there,
definitely. Yeah,
this game would have
he
been
definitely
even
dealt
greater.
quite a lot of emotional damage to his opponent.
I mean, if Frugo lives there, it's would be pretty hard. He would have the big strike to reset with Moff, and I think that's also a good thing for Mafia. They killed Frugo with the big strike. If they have the big strike, and Frugo is just sitting in the hole, and then they repush him, you know, then it's fine, right? Because they're going to trade a lot, and they're going to be stuck in the hole, you know. So in a way, Mafia catching Frugo was really good for them because he would have guaranteed reset, and he would have had like a level 2 or level 3 strike out of it, and would have started the ball.
Yeah,
for
but
W.
that's just one. That's just one piece of the puzzle. That's one piece that they had to unpick, and that was the only piece in the puzzle that they found. They were completely clueless for the rest of the round, and it's a very I sympathize with them a lot because. Especially when you lose the Batchat as well, it's very difficult to know how to react to these situations, and you have to play according to your strategy, right? You can't just abandon your entire idea and philosophy of how you want to play the game just because there's a chance that someone might play like this.
Can they do it again? Would you do it again? The rat tactic. One light doesn't fix your problem, though, if you're Mafia. It helps, but it doesn't fix your problem.
No. It's just about...
Having an EBR or something, though, would be super good for Mafia, because the EBR is the most uncounterable light, just for passive spotting.
Yeah, and that tank is at the centerpiece of the rat tactic. But it's just about making the right decision and making it quickly. You have to make the right call instantly. Do they dare? Do W dare to do it again?
I'd love to see it. I don't think they'll do it, though.
You don't want to push it too much. It's great as a pocket strat, but if you start playing it in basically every round, teams will start to get wise to it, right? But this is a different map. We've seen it. Okay, we've seen the rat tactic work twice. I think they've tried it on 3 occasions. The one they played against Yoga, they got rolled because Yoga just immediately repushed them, which was a brilliant call in that game, by the way. But it's worked 2 out of 3 times across 2 different maps. But how much do you really want to push it? Not much further, apparently.
Not that much further, as they're not opting for the round number 4 W, IS-7, E50, Forge B, 268, EE4, and an RHM.
We've got V4s from both teams, which was the tank of choice on Yankee in the past. Neither light tank using the plane at the start of the round here, just saving them because they know it's difficult, especially in competitive. There's so much attempt and effort made to do plane dodging at the start. If you don't manage to plane 4 people, it becomes very problematic. You give your opponent the chance to take radar for free. We've got an IS-7 creating a shield for the RHM on the radar, and they do manage to capture that. Frugo just taking the one shot, gets tracked, but is able to go back. So early info trades, pretty good for W.
So far. But neither team really in a losing position just yet. Music taking the strike in the meantime as well against Mafia on objective, who have progressed to the half-point line and now pressuring the cap as well.
Yeah, they are pressuring the cap, and that's coming while W is moving towards the south of the map. That Foch B just very quickly turned around on the minimap and started hightailing back towards the factory area here. You can see Baby peeking to try and get resets. Wasn't actually able to spot Barkis because he wasn't peeking out enough, but Barkis is kind of exposed here, and if these E4s are allowed to just keep cycling their reload and peeking one by one, Barkis, it's not going to be a good trade. Strike comes in. Abilities popped for both Baby and Jackifer there to minimize the damage.
Marcel's not able to take the info tower. Kloof now moving towards the strike, probably generating an additional angle. IOS here ready to peek as well with the 268v4. Will be forced to do it as first one. Coppola's on the good side for this as well. Gets a good shot against Orchek. No retaliation. Orchek taking one more. Orchek taking even more. Itox coming back in with the Foch B as well. W trying to crunch this cap area. And Mafia now realizing this is not the way to go. Profuse trying to back away the whole way. Does make it into some sort of a safety position as the RHM from W is about to get pressured real hard by Marcel.
Yeah, he is the Sente X, but he doesn't want to commit to it because W are going to reposition those guns. Still 12 seconds left on the cap here. More resets are required from the team of W. Another reset does come in. Profuse in all sorts of trouble here as Jackifer is now driving in towards the cap to just block it permanently, which means that cap is no longer a threat, and Kloof is just able to farm away at that 268 He may have a lot of armor, but with Onslaught modifiers, the RHM has a very accurate gun. Frugo committing in very deep there to just guarantee that kill. I'm not sure that was really necessary.
Yeah, he's now gonna get picked up by Marcel normally, slowly but surely. Marcel finding a shot. Jackifer dying as well because Yuzek pushing from behind. Itox doesn't have the shells required to pick it up. Even the 4 to the U. Eos doesn't get it. Mentos missing as well. Uncharacteristic misses here on the W side. Mentos then hits the corner of the building. Does find the kill, but it ever so delays the things the way that they should have been. And Kono now pushing back in with the CS63. Trying to get in, but when the dust settles, it's a 4-on-4. The HP basically even, about 800 difference. Mentos takes a big one from Barkis though, and now Kloof and YOLO are the ones that are going to dictate this game.
Yeah, let's zone in on that light tank 1v1 because it could ultimately decide things here, but perhaps if Mafia just pushing and get the kills, it's not going to matter. Yoz now trying to drive forwards, but Kono is able to find that kill. The face hug not working out, and now YOLO pushing up towards the E50M of Mentos. Mentos doesn't know which way to look, but Baby finds the kill on Orchek. It's now into the 3v3. Kloof has a good angle on towards YOLO and is able to give him a shot. They traded out. Is Kono able to return fire? Kloof kind of exposing himself a little bit here, actually puts an HE shell into the rear of the CS63. The kills are traded out. Mentos picks up a kill and then drops himself. Now Baby peeking around the corner, needs to find this kill, and he does so. That's going to put YOLO into the 1v2, but if YOLO can find this kill, no, he misses the shot! And that is going to be the end of the round. It got very, very close, and YOLO definitely had a chance there, but missing the most important shot. We'll never know whether he could have won the 1v1.
And W, after all, recover and somehow come back in it this round. Didn't look that good for them.
It did not. I mean, it did look good at one point, and then Frugo sort of inexplicably drove in with his IS-7. It wasn't even really necessary because Profuse wasn't in a position that was going to achieve anything. He couldn't go anywhere. He was just getting farmed by the RHM, so it didn't really make sense for Frugo to do that, and that made this game potentially a lot closer.
I don't think Frugo needed to go that way. If he wanted to do it, he could have driven out, delayed it by 3 seconds, and just driven beeline, you know? I don't think he needed to drive across. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, look at that pen rate from Baby. Very important. 100% hit rate there. Ultimately saving his team combined with his Romanian partner in crime. And Barkis on the other side doing 4.8 in 268v4, but ultimately in vain. And there was definitely a chance for Mafia to win that game. Whether that was because of their own play or because of the mistakes from W, I think W kind of opened the door for a chance there.
Well, it's an interesting match we have at hand now. Sudzianki in favor of W for 2 rounds, which was Mafia's pick. Now gives us Ensk.
Yeah, this game is very close. We've gone. The momentum has swung from one direction to the other. Moving on to Ensk, it's even Stevens. I mean, this match could really go anywhere at this point.
Ensk, who do you favor on Ensk personally?
I don't know. I think I'm trying to imagine like how both of these teams play this map. I honestly can't recall in my head. I'm pretty sure W still lean towards playing the Foch Bees, but for most of the other teams, the Foch Bees have fallen out of favor.
Interesting. Really interesting match so far. So, can W bring it across the finish line? You know, they have momentum going their way, or is it going to be Mafia? Right now, it's heading towards a tiebreaker.
What does momentum mean? Both teams won maps 2-0. Yeah. Did not help Mafia out on Studzianki.
I don't know what to expect anymore.
Well, I think it... Let's just say... I think it's safe to assume they're not going to do a rat tactic on Ensk. I think that might be safe to say. Although, historically, there has been strats where people use one RHM. That hasn't really been successful in quite a long time, though.
Mafia and
Mafia
W.
the team bringing Foch speeds.
Yeah, but look at it. Mafia triple Foch, an E4, a mouse, an I7, and an RHM versus W's quad E4.
Yeah, and the RHM, they are bringing it, but it's not W. It's Mafia that are doing it. So, and like I said, this hasn't been a successful strat brought by any team, really, for quite a long time. So, and in the past, when it was successful, it was during the peak of the Juggernaut meta, so people were bringing to sack for the permatrack ability. But bringing a normal RHM, plane comes out, he spots 5, so they know that they're going towards the field. Are Mafia going to contest that, or are they going to bail? Because Yuzek, if they are going to bail, he needs to put his foot on the gas right now.
Good to see W taking over the east. Now, how do you utilize the light from this kind of split move? Because we usually see it be played with a 7-0 line, but now YOLO has a lot of possibilities to take information towers and stuff, but what can he really do in this battle? Yuzek is going to get hard pressed though.
He is, and it's Frugo in the IS-7, and if he gets the side hug, that's going to be really annoying. Yuzek is basically going to go down for free here, so there has to be an immediate reaction, and there is. Mafia pushing in with the Foch Bees, the unit. They're going to be going to search and destroy some of those E4s, but they might be coming in a little bit too late here. Itox is already prepared to try and run away. Yuzek is going to fall shortly in his mouse, but he does have a lot of health there, and in the meantime, Itox actually dies just before Yuzek does, and now the Foch Bees are here, and Jakiva is getting caught as well. These E4s were not prepared for the flank.
No, they didn't seem to be ready at all for that push. He said Itox was ready to run away, but it seems like he was ready to go to the grave as he just dies, and now Barkus will get picked up by the guns from W, but can Profuse make it out in that Foch B? Pops the ability on the run. There comes the heal. Ios will not fire any shot even on him, and he has only 5 seconds left on that reload. He will get at least another clip out, you would say. He's gonna head first back into Frugo, and I think this man is about to realize that the Foch B is not to be messed around with. Of course, the face hug is helping, and Profuse is starting to clip out, but he's not getting as much as you would hope. He has 1-2 more shots available, is not going to make them. But even if we look at it now, it is W that is down.
Yeah, and RHM in the late game, W going to have to keep on moving here, but they're in an HP deficit. HE being fired off by Yoz there, and Frugo is in a bit of a crossfire, so Kono should be able to find that kill. Kono, of course, has heal ability active, so he's going to be able to heal potentially just for one more shot, but Yoz should manage to find the kill. Another HE shell being fired by Yoz, perhaps a fat finger. The viewers at home will know all about that. It's very... Sometimes you just press the HE and you just can't help it, but now into the 3v3, we've got Baby in the back lines in the 1-1B on full HP. Perhaps he can do some magic here as Yoz is being kited around the building, and it's YOLO is just stalling him out. Yoz gives it up and decides to try and help his teammate out against the E4, and Baby has full HP here in a 1-1B. This is perfect for the late game scenario, and despite all of the misclicks and the misusage of HE, somehow W are in a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, Orchek was spinning in a circle there. It's like, not sure what he was trying to achieve either, but the 1-1B just running down, and even with those non-bends of the HEs, they do find the success needed. Mafia losing out in the endgame scenario, the 1-1B closing it out, and it's W on match point after a 2-0 start.
That was so strange to watch, because Mafia, the guns were even, Mafia was up in HP, and it just collapsed. I think did they repush? It was, you said it was Orchek in the E4, right? Did he just drove in and got caught in no man's land? They didn't play for their light tank. They didn't try to extend the game for as long as possible.
This kill on Frugo, you said Kono will get him. It was not even Kono that got him. That Fosh B did not pay off anymore at the end, right? The Kono Fosh B, he didn't get anything for that. For that last
7.3.
Yeah, 7.3 on the 1-1B, very good game. Yos, even with the HE, 5.8, very good game as well. And Mentos, 5.5, 8.8, good stuff there between them, getting 7 kills between those 3. Good stuff from those W players. But in return, yeah, I would say that Kono's second clip is the one where they lose the game, because he doesn't get anything out of it.
Yeah, I wasn't quite paying attention to how much damage he was actually doing. I think I just assumed
he missed the first shot on the i7, and I think the mouse killed the i7 after. But I'm not sure. But even then, he had 6 shells, and I think he did maybe 500 damage with it.
He was getting rammed from behind by Yoz. Was he stuck against the train car, perhaps? I'm not sure.
Yoz drove behind him, shot HE, but that was also because Kono was trying to kill the i7. If he wasn't trying to kill the i7, Kono could have fully focused on clipping out the 430U instead, and he would have killed him.
Yeah. There's a lot to unpack there that went wrong from the side of Mafia, because it did look like they were in a strong position. I think critically though, credit to Baby doing a good job of not getting caught in the 1-1B. It's a tricky tank to play. You've got to navigate through all these situations and just be like one step ahead, just making sure that you keep your tank in a safe position where you're not going to get pressured. And because of that, he's able to come in at the most important point in the game on full HP, at which point Mafia don't have the burst fire to just kill him.
What a turnaround in this match.
From 2-0 down to 3 in a row. That's it's quite the shift.
Yeah. And
arguably, you know, Mafia should be the ones on match point right now. It just makes it even more perplexing.
And they might be going down for 2 as well. At this point, now that's my preferred outcome.
Well, we'll see if Mafia can take us to that tiebreaker. I think we deserve it. This match has been a very, very intriguing one.
Most only says that because he has a prediction for W with tiebreaker.
Okay, but you have to admit it has been a very interesting game to watch.
Actually, if it's 4-2 there's no good outcomes here. There's no good outcomes. Because
everyone can still win.
There's no good outcomes. Keyhand will be leading the prediction game if W wins this round.
Yeah, so in which case you would have won, but at what cost?
Exactly.
I mean, think about it. Just give me one. You know, I'm so far behind.
You know what? Am
I even a threat anymore?
I'm actually more okay with you being right. Tiebreaker, but then we also have the issue that Phil might be right. You know what I mean? It's like,
you know, bad options wherever you go.
Yeah, there's no winning anymore.
Well, for one of these teams, someone's got to win this match. Can W do it's not really the full reverse sweep because they weren't down to match point, but if they win this one, it's going to be 4 rounds in a row, which after the way Cliff started would be quite shocking, really. And especially because Mafia, we said they're such a consistent team, and they barely ever lose just overall. They almost always take their opponent the tiebreaker. To pick up 0 points from this match would be quite disappointing for them.
Lineups though, Mafia sticking to the light, Mouse, Fosh B, 268, E4, a WZTD, and an RHM.
Meanwhile, W are bringing a Mouse 1-1B, 430U, double Fosh B, and double E4. So it's a kind of similar lineup, but Fosh Bs instead of a couple extra E4s this time. And Mafia's, they're sticking to their guns with the light. And to be honest, I'm inclined to agree. I don't really think the light was the issue in that last game necessarily. I think there's just misplays from the group.
They do get a lot of info again. They'll try to cut the map. And again, you have to really somehow utilize that light, right?
Yeah, and that's already a bad start, because you're only playing 3 at the start, and none of the teammates connected a shot, which means YOLO will not get a replane. So, but the HP is actually even, surprisingly. Despite the fact they have a light tank, the HP is pretty much even for both these teams.
YOLO gets the information. W is taking over the field. Cap gets pressured by Profuse. YOLO will get the strike. And it's going to be... I mean, this singular tank cap pressure doesn't really do anything, right?
No, it's more just something to pass the time. Just put some passive pressure on your opponent, because eventually they will have to do something. But with the strike being taken now by the 1-2-1B of Baby, that's not ever really a threat. Some trades going on. Mentos takes 1 and returns the favor on towards Profuse, who had ability active for that one. So they almost take the same amount of damage, because obviously the 268 has lower alpha, but Mentos did not have his ability popped. And does he have like an angle on towards Profuse, or can Profuse fully tuck there? More shots being traded out. Mentos again not using ability. He's got tier 3. Did he just forget that he had it? Because it's basically been an even trade. Ooh, Ozhek! That's not an even trade. Down to 1400 HP.
Yeah, Ozhek not having a good one at it whatsoever, so that's pretty sad for him. Mentos? Mentos?
And only now pops ability.
He's dead to the strike,
He's dead. He's either dead to a strike or a shot of damage, and YOLO finds the kill. That is a paid actor for Mafia right there. Any thoughts?
Not really, no.
I thought it was already strange enough that he was trading off with Profuse without using his ability, because he had tier 3 available. Very, very, very strange there. HP still even. Despite... Ooh, YOLO getting caught. That could be the opening that W look for to trade back against that tank that they've lost. So, again, W have an HP lead despite dropping that 1 gun. Yoz now taking radar again. Profuse getting striked on the cap. So, despite the fact that Mentos has gone down...
Yeah, but it's so weird. Like, how does that happen with no pressure?
Was the cap timer low?
No.
Or something? Did we miss something?
No, there was not really any pressure on him, no.
Perhaps he thought... Maybe he thought he wasn't spotted and he got planed. Do you think that's possible?
No. Because you would still make that peak
I'm really trying to think of anything that would like, explain away.
You would still make that peak with ability, nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you do just forget that you have ability, right? We've seen it a lot of times when people play Fosh Bs. They'll drive in, start clipping, and it's like, oh, I'm getting shot at, I should use my ability. But they only do it after they take all the damage.
You mean like Aka yesterday?
Yeah. I may have thrown one of my predictions. I'm still mildly infuriated about that.
The part where he took 2.4k damage and then popped the ability, and it's like...
Yeah.
Well...
Yeah, so sometimes taking the damage is like the trigger to remind yourself to take.
They're doing good here though, focusing out Profuse slowly but surely.
Yeah, and he's going to get crossfired now from City, and Mafia have actually abandoned the central part of town, which means Profuse has been hung out to dry here. He's going to go down, and W, despite Mentos inexplicably throwing his tank away, W's actually in a very good position right now.
Yeah, Itox needs to back away from this engagement again. Needs to be careful as well. Kono doesn't really struggle with this, but Itox does get good information together with the radio tower. Klurf will pop the ability and be on the runaway, and they're doing good focus fire. Orchek is now the next one to start taking the strike damage, right?
Yeah, and Klurf popping his ability while running as well means he's basically going to be still full HP, and now Yuzek re-pressuring
Look at the HP.
into the... into the exact same path that Profuse just died. Strike comes in towards Itox, and like you said, the HP, it's very much still... It's still very much in favor of W right now. It was actually even more of a lead before that point, and Frugo trading it out with Kono does pop his ability in time. We'll see how much he's going to be able to heal back from that. But Itox now under pressure. Yuzek has 2.4k HP to spread around here, so he should be able to find that kill without too many problems. You can angle as much as you want, but it's very tricky to manage to stay alive. Yuzek is trying to go in for the kill here to try and find it, but he's being very careful, and he doesn't manage to connect. Itox, the wiggling, it throws him off, and Itox is going to survive and just waste yet more time as a one-shot. He is buying time for the rest of his team. The Foch B's now pushing in, but Clef actually kind of blocking Frugo there as he tries to find the kill. HP still in favor of W here, but the guns are even. Yuzek has managed to kill Itox in the meantime. He did go down. Double cap is on. There are no strikes. There is a strike available on Jackifer right now, so the cap
shot as well
again.
on the VCTD. So somehow W, even losing a tank, is just completely outtrading Mafia along every point of the way. Yost there missing a shot, a sad one for him probably. Does find it on the second, dropping Yuzek lower. And now the funny thing is, Jackifer finds Orchek, I think with a strike or with a shot, I'm not sure. It looks like he still has a strike available, so that's going to be trouble for Marcel, who could be dropped towards a one-shot, or Yolo, who's going to take, it's actually Yuzek that takes one to the face, dropping him also within the range of potential rolls. And looking at it, Frugo just chasing down on Marcel. For W, somehow the loss of Mentos has been no problem, which is a real consideration that Mafia have to think about, that they somehow lost this 7v6 against W, picking up Mentos relatively for free. But the rest of them, they only find Itox after that. They're just going to clean it up, and YOLO's the last one standing, and somehow W, who started this match in an absolute disastrous way, pick it up 4-2 over Mafia, who will need to look at this map and match even as a real learning moment, because as a team of their caliber, allowing this to happen is not okay.
What a bizarre,
yeah.
It's just, it feels so long ago, the Cliff games where Mafia were dominating, and everything after that is just, it's just weird. It's so weird, man. How does, like, the fact that Mentos dies for free and it just doesn't even matter, and they never even looked like they were in trouble at any point, even despite being 6 versus 7. It just, very, very strange.
I don't know.
Itox doing 5.2 in the mouse, doing some great angling there, just throwing off Yuzek, and it's very tricky sometimes in those mouse 1v1s when you're under pressure to find the kill. But the rest of the team, the cleanup crew, really, everyone just kind of chipping in at the end. Mentos the only one to fall short of the mark. Again, I guess we have to question the light tank pick again, because did it really have much impact? No, but is the reason that it didn't have impact the fault of the light tank? That's a question that we could put out there.
Sure. But the trades from the Mafia players later on, I mean, they knew Profu's position, that it was something that they have to be careful about, and they weren't. And as a result, they're losing this match 4-2 after this great start.
We had this weird moment where they left the city for some reason, and I don't really know why they left the city, because that just it did just expose Profuse and make him go down for free, and that opening trade that they got by killing Mentos was just completely null and void. It didn't have any effect on the outcome of the game. And Mafia, you know, historically they've actually seemed like quite a good team on Ensk, and we preached and like talked about their consistency before this going into this match, but this is very much an oddity that they will have to reflect upon. But enough of that. We've got one more match coming up today. It's going to be the OCS finals. That's going to decide who is going into the next season of the OLS, and we will get to that after some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back once again. And today we are again going to switch it up a bit. After the 3 OLS matches that we just saw, we are now going to go towards the second league, where here, arguably, we are going to witness the most important match of the season. It's going to be Weekend against the team that we already saw yesterday and win yesterday, Kirillo.
Well, for these guys, it is the most important game, right? This will decide who gets into Season 4 of the Onslaught Legends series. Weekend have been the team that's been dominating the lower division. They are the firm favorite in this one. Kirillo actually was a team, they kind of upset Vortex yesterday. Vortex was the favorite team, or at least the form in the OCS showed that. So it's going to be a Ukrainian derby, and either way, we're going to have another Ukrainian team in the OLS.
Yeah, indeed. Both of those teams, as you said, Ukrainian players. Which one is the better one is the question, and you alluded to it already. During the regular season, Weekend kinda looking uber strong. At least when put up against any of the other teams, they had the most amount of points in the regular season. Not even sure they played the last qualifier, or if they skipped it, just focusing on training entirely. But as there were 6 qualifier tournaments in total, there is a good possibility both of those have played against each other. However, now would be the time to open the very thick book of strats that both of those probably have.
Yeah, Weekend's game of logos is very strong. Just a giant red square with the word Weekend in it.
I mean, it is kind of minimalistic. So,
I suppose.
Maybe going for that appeal. But yeah, 87% compared to 13 for Kirillo. That is, quite one-sided. And I think most of those votes basically going off of the performance that Weekend had in the regular season. So I think it is quite justified. Then again, talking about OLS this time, if we're thinking back to Season 2, just because you perform well in the regular season doesn't mean you're going to be able to put the cherry on top of your cake.
No, certainly. And you're only as good as your last game. And as we said, Vortex, Kirillo, they already upset Vortex. Vortex were the favored, or supposedly the favored team there. And it doesn't matter how you perform in the regular season. If you don't put it all together at the end, you're going to find yourself in some serious trouble. And I think more so than this just being a Ukrainian derby, a lot of these guys actually share a team in 15v15, right? A lot of them playing together, so they should be very familiar with their opponents, perhaps even training against each other.
Yeah, possibly, because they are in one 15v15 team. We know that's the same case for the Indel guys in between Hit and Mafia too, right? They do train against each other regularly, so the possibility is here as well. And this means we might have a match where we are not really going to see conventional tactics, because those kind of go out the window as soon as you play against training opponents.
I hope it gets real weird, just like we've watched it between Mafia and W. I hope it gets some unique tank picks being brought out by these teams, because being in OCS, I think there's room to do some more experimentation, and not all the games have been broadcast on stream either. So and this is the game where you got to bring out all the strats, right? So there could be some very interesting ideas.
Well, let's see. I think, first of all, the most important thing that we're going to see is the pick and ban in between both of those teams. While that is not necessarily going to tell us exactly what we're going to see, maybe it gives an indication of what kind of style of gameplay we can expect. Cliff and Studzianki being removed, respectively, leaving us with Pilsen as the first map. I don't think we've seen it yet today, so a nice switch up. Then Himmelsdorf coming out, good old Himmelsdorf, Sand River, and Ghost Town being removed. Ensk, map number 3, Moravanka, map number 4, and if we get to it in this grand old best of 9, it's going to be Westfield for the tiebreaker. So by this pick and ban, we can kind of going for the open maps, Kirillo more like for the city maps.
Yeah, Kirillo going for the kind of mainstay maps of water tanks, picking Himmels and Ensk, so definitely leaning more towards those. I don't really know what to make of this pick and ban, to be honest. Haven't paid like super close attention watching every single match from the OCS, so what can we really say about the pick and ban? I guess we'll just find out when we get into it. Pilsen being the first map picked up, I think I feel like Weekend would be inclined to play a similar kind. I feel like they're the kind of team that would probably want to play K91s that we saw Cashback do.
Well, let's see. So far, we haven't really been able to observe them on the stream, so they're kind of a closed book and an enigma, if you want. Kirillo, we saw them yesterday. What did you think about that match?
I think that Vortex got surprised early on, and to be honest, I got the impression that they were not ready to play the match, to be honest. And that, that's no disrespect to Kirillo. It's just I just got the feeling that Vortex didn't show up more so than Kirillo absolutely dominated them. But you can only play what's in front of you, right? So if you win that match, then you very much deserve it. I think let's talk about our predictions for going into the game. I think I went 5-1 for Weekend. I think I just respected their dominance during the regular OCS season. Can Kirillo take a fight to them? I don't know. They have to prove that to us. Weekend are the favorite team.
Yeah. Then again, with Weekend not having been on the stream before, this is the first time that they will have to play in sort of this environment. They have done it in Clone Showdown in the past, so a little bit of experience there, but they haven't really done it for Onslaught tournaments. So a bit of a premiere, and sometimes stage fright can be a factor as well. Like, you can play online as good as you want in like weekly tournaments and stuff. You can do all that for weeks, months, and even years on end, but then all of a sudden you're playing one of those official stream tournaments, and there stuff feels different. All of a sudden the first shot doesn't hit, you start feeling kind of uncomfortable. The second shot doesn't hit, you're starting to second guess yourself, and all that confidence just falls apart. So I think there is a possibility that Kirillo might be taking it just because they have the experience of yesterday, but at the end of the day, Weekend should be favored, and I think I went with a 5-2, but I'm not entirely sure. Might be 5-3 as well. But here we are, and yeah, indeed, 5-2 for. Ooh, you're the odd one out.
I'm so ready for my prediction to be completely wrong. It's just going to happen. But you've got to be bold. You got to go with your gut, and that's what I believe.
But you got to catch the right timing. Just me right now with the Mafia W match. I was the only one predicting W, I believe, or maybe with External together.
No, Daki went 4-2 W as well, and I went
really?
I went W 4-3 actually. So yeah, Phil was the only one that went with Mafia.
So Phil was the odd one out. Nice, yeah. Catching up.
But I'm so ready for Kirillo to just win the first map 2-0 and just
yeah, and then your prediction is in the bin. Anyway, in we go into game number 1. Weekend against Kirillo, and Weekend the favorites are coming out here on Pilsen with a mouse, T57, Batchat, 430U, double Fosh B, and an RHM.
Kirillo, meanwhile, going with a 277, Batchat, triple Fosh B, an E4, and also an RHM. Both teams bringing the Fosh Bs. 277 is a curious choice. We've seen a lot of IS7s on this map, especially being brought by Cashback. I don't think we've seen a 277, so curious to see exactly what the plan in mind is there.
The 277 is a little bit faster, and you get the additional heat pen as well, but you're paying with a lot of armor, essentially, and I think some HP too. So let's see, Love, he's booking it towards the middle strike, so I guess they just wanted to have the mobility to go there. and possibly deal damage on the cross. Damage, though, taken by Tansov in that E4, and Movikes in the RHM also gets spotted out. Good job by Sunshine. A blind shot even whizzing past him, and now the triple Foshby of Kirillo have arrived in the cap. Immediate pressure, and so far Weekend are not taking the strike on the outside. Finally, that's being started up.
It's going to be kind of close, though. With 20 seconds left by the time this strike is captured, there's not going to be much room for error here. The mouse is going to be forced to close the distance because he needs to guarantee that the strike will, or the strike, if the strike doesn't connect, he's going to have to block it. Clownzig is going to be forced in there, and it being a 277 in middle, he can kind of play hull down on towards him, but the 277 isn't going to have massive damage output, and that's only going to trigger the triple Fosh B to go, go, go. Clownzig is now exposed in that mouse. Weekend need to be in position to support him. The strike is now used on the triple Fosh B, but they will have the rear of that mouse, and Clownzig is about to get blown up.
Absolutely, the first shells of the Fosh Bs are starting to rain, and the rain turns into hail as Clownzig is going to get claimed as first blood beast from the backlines, trying to do what he can against the Fosh Bs, but all of a sudden he's facing them as well, has to back off. Sunshine in the meanwhile about to win his light tank 1v1, but is it going to matter at the end of the day is the question, as Hellrup now seems to be the focus for the Fosh Bs. Bormalda with the Batchat on his way to support his light tank, and so far Kirillo doing a good job of keeping all tanks alive, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep it up.
Yeah, the HP is still in favor of Weekend here. They managed to trade off for Clownzig reasonably well. Sunshine has been caught slightly, but a good read from him, managed to get away from that Batchat before any serious damage was done, but he hits a pillar in the middle of nowhere, and that kills his momentum and his speed, and he goes down, and that could turn this match on its head. Now 2 tanks up for Kirillo. This is looking like a very good situation for them. The double Fosh B of Beast and Hellrap are looking to push up here, but if they just trade off against the Fosh B of Lup, he'll be more than happy to take that trade with his team already having an advantage. Strike coming in as well does a good job and even pops his heal ability and gets to go back in reverse. That means he's going to preserve his life for even longer. Now the rest of the team has arrived. Templeton in the Fosh B just rounds the corner and just aggroes it, just accepts the damage, maybe fighting off a little bit more than he could chew there, but still manages to get back around the corner. And Kirillo are just keeping all the guns alive. They have yet to drop a gun. There are so many one-shots on their team, but they still find all the kills.
I mean, 2.8k HP on the team in yellow on Kirillo, but still 7 tanks. Make that 6 as finally Thundershawk is able to do the first kill of the game for his team. Now they just need to wait, because the only tank that can actually take a shot is Love in that 277 as he drives in, and this enables all of the other ones to peek. And Kirillo, the underdog, just like yesterday, storm into the match. It is going to be 1-0, and absolutely crazy how they keep those guns alive. That, that not only won them the game, that was crazy to see.
Yeah, very, very good HP preservation across the board. Sunshine going down in the RHM was probably the final nail in the coffin for Weekend in that round. Didn't really have much chance to recover after that. And I think the Fosh Bs, flanking against the mouse, they did bleed a lot of damage for it, but ultimately none of them went down and none of them got blown up, so they were all able to use their heal ability. And if you look at the amount of damage that Weekend probably had to do, you would have thought that they would have been able to get a kill, but with the amount of healing that was probably going on, it's not enough.
And here we see, first of all, the Weekend players, 720 HP restored by this Fosh, only 70 by this one. Probably gonna look a bit different on this part. No, 70. And on this one we have 1050, so the heal not that crazy. Templeton though, 800 for him too, so across the board, more heal coming out of Kirillo.
Any heal is good heal though. Just make your opponent waste their time, waste their DPM and their shells on your Fosh Bs. I think they would have been, normally I think you would be happy to lose a Fosh B for that trade to kill the mouse there, just forcing Clownzig into the open. Did Sunshine perhaps overcommit in his RHM while trying to look for the kill? Because he had the lead in the 1v1. He was winning it against Movikes. So you can understand why he committed so deep into the enemy spawn. because you really want to try and get that kill if you can. But the fact that he couldn't, and then he got caught. I'm wondering about his pathing as well, because he cut back towards that's like nearer towards the center of the factory, right? If he just went wider, would he have been able to get away?
Possibly, and I mean, Monka steering into a pillar, of course, doesn't help either. Maybe
tricky,
he was.
Though. I reckon he was probably planing.
He was probably planing or zoomed into first person to be able to retaliate with shots onto someone, but just like in EBR races, the ones that you know so well, most of the time in the light tank, you need to focus on the WASD and nothing else.
Yeah, but when that's the difference between like a good RHM player and a great one, is that you can do all these things and multitask at the same time. Like sometimes when you play the RHM, it's such a stressful experience because you're constantly just moving, planing, shooting, and then you've got to worry about you're turning your tank as well. And that's why we get so many scenarios in Onslaught, or just in Onslaught, where RHMs are flipping all over the place because they're trying to do all these things at the same time. It just makes it difficult to drive.
I think you just broke Daisy's heart by saying that. But yeah, I think we're about ready to hop into the second round of the match. And I mean, there already, it's pretty early, to be fair, right? It is a best of nine, but yeah. There already, like, if Kirillo is able to get the second one on the board again, then I think for Weekend, the nerves start becoming an issue.
I mean, maybe. I mean, you're only down 2-0 in a best of 9. There's a long way to go. I think being down 3-0 reasonably is like a point to start being concerned or worrying about it. Clown Zig is probably going to change that, but if he isn't, then that's very intriguing. And just stare at it. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Almost. He almost brought to Sheridan. Highest DPM light tank in the game. Just so you know.
I mean, what happens if the Tesak loads HE? Does that still hold true? But anyway, Weekend, triple 50B, double T57 Fosh-B, and RHM. So both teams with an RHM, but that is a lot of auto-loading power on Weekend. And Kirillo, they also bring some of that, but I'm not sure I like the Weekend setup, to be honest, Muff.
Well, it's very committed, right? And they're spotted out with 350Bs. So this is kind of... This aggression is going to be somewhat telegraphed, which will give Kirillo a bit of a heads up to what's happening, give them a bit more time to react, and they're already rotating double Fosh B over towards the sort of A-B line and sort of B2. These positions are very annoying to dig out because you have to commit all the way to find those kills. Currently, no one is capturing a strike from the side of Kirillo. This is a huge problem. The cap may be able to be completed because now, only just now, Movikiz is going into the strike and there's already 14 seconds left on the cap. It takes 15 seconds to capture a strike and then there's a couple extra seconds to place the strike, which means that the mouse of Bomalda is going to have to push in, and that's probably going to mean that he's going to be at the mercy of T57s.
Exactly, we see Bormalda in the cap now, and Hellrap with the Fosh B already starting to clip out. Now Beast starting to peak too, and he has a lot of shoals in his clip as well, doing 2, doing 3, and the fourth one bounces, so the mouse for now stays alive, even healing above 400 HP as well, so he's not going to be a one-shot. The cap strategy for Weekend currently not really working out. Bormalda not dying in that mouse, so finally the cap is going to become an issue for the team of Kirillo again, but for now I think the Onslaught has been thwarted.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage being done on towards the 50Bs there, and trading out the mouse for it, I think that's pretty acceptable. But now the repush, Loop trying to go for the kill on towards the RHM of Sunshine, but Sunshine now could load HE on towards the rear of that Fosh B. The Fosh B may have overcommitted here and just given an opening towards the 50Bs who were looking for an opportunity to get involved in towards the game, and I think Loop just gave it to them, as now the other Fosh B of Auslander is probably going to be falling as well, just surviving on 23 HP remaining. Evil's not looking too hot himself, being on 164. He's going to have to rely on Sunshine or someone else. It's going to be Coyote. That'll be a player that people are familiar with, formerly of Cashback in this new lineup here. He's certainly got a lot of experience.
Now, as the dust settles, we find ourselves in a situation where the HP are basically even, but we can't have a tank to play more with. But that is Evilok in the 50B. He is on 164. That is a one-shot, if I've ever seen one, for all of the tanks on the lineup of Weekend. I don't think he's going to leave there anymore, and that Movikes probably suspects that. That's why he's starting to drive over the A-line with the RHM, spots out the 50B, immediate kill coming through. He's going to fade to darkness momentarily, but does take a shot for his troubles.
He will, but he does find the kill, and that puts us into the 4v4. And that's probably going to go into a 3v4 because Clownzig unknowingly is driving straight into a Fosh B. That is not what you want to see. Templeton now pops his ability, which means he's going to heal pretty much all of the damage that he just took for that kill. And that is a freebie.
Well, Thunderhawk might have to say something about this one as he peeks in the T-57, takes one by Tansov, retaliates with two, but this opens up the possibilities maybe for Movikes as Coyote is spotted as well with that T-57 driving around, flanking. Movikes still not a one clip for one of those support heavy tanks. Thunderhawk is on the long reload and in comes Movikes with the LT, could even load HE to penetrate the T-57's backside, decides to stay with the heat for now as Coyote comes to support. This is still throwable for Kirillo. They cannot get close towards those enemy tanks. Good strike though, and good hits in towards Coyote.
Yeah, he does take a lot of damage there, and Movikes very wisely manages to get out of that situation. Coyote now is going to take a strike, which means he goes down to 200 HP as he lags across the cap there, and another strike. That's going to find the kill towards Sunshine, and that is going to be the round. That's going to be my prediction in the bin, and Kirillo putting a 2-0 start in this match.
Exactly. Movikes doesn't care anymore at this point in time. Even had loaded HE, but at that point the T-57 had turned. It's not going to matter though. Kirillo completely upset on Pilsen. It's going to be 2-0.
Yeah, strong start from the supposed underdogs in this match. But like I said, you know, it's all to play for. This is the match that really counts, and Kirillo, they're definitely playing like they mean it right now. Very commanding. Both rounds actually, like pretty strong. I mean, the first game they didn't have much HP left, but the spread of number of guns left alive was significant. And I think at one point there, it looked like Weekend were going to be able to cap it out because the strike was being collected so late. But it seems like a reset came in from somewhere, probably from Loop in the Fosh B, I would imagine. That would explain why he was so close to the factory area and why he was able to get pushed on towards. But I think he was probably the one to get the critical reset.
And now we find ourselves at this 0-2 scoreline, which is pretty crazy to think about, considering how well Weekend played through the entirety of the season. And like in the qualification tournaments, you're not able to pick and choose your maps. So you need to be kind of good on all of them. And the fact that one of those just got realistically stolen by Kirillo is something to wrap your head around, especially since it was actually Weekend picking that map.
Well, it's only 2-0 though, and you can't read too much into map pick and bans. It's very easy for you to just lose your own map pick and then go back, turn around, and just win your opponents, as previously demonstrated in the last match. Now, of course, we're going to be moving on to Kirillo's map pick of Himmelsdorf. And then going to be Ensk after that. So this is their preferred map choice. Himmelsdorf, we saw recently the meta was just go mid with 268s.
And hope that the opposing team doesn't have too many T-57s, sort of like. But yeah, that 268 meta, I think you're talking about the Cashback match. That was interesting, to say the least, but obviously the 268, when it gets going, it really does get going. It starts running. Is that OLS meta going to translate in towards OCS, though, is the question? Because there is a certain kind of player skill and preparation and training needed to pull something like this off. The same thing goes for the rat strategies as well. Like, as cool as it looks on stream, we also saw it fail in the OLS. The thing is, without training and a lot of coordination, it's not able to pull those off. So I would imagine not too many of your Legend lobbies have been spoiled this way.
Well, the opening of the play, if you want to do the 268s, the opening is very, very important, because if you don't start pumping out the damage instantly, the entire point of bringing the tank is just gone, right? The whole point of bringing the 268 is we sacrifice everything for speed and DPM.
Now though, Himmelsdorf, it might be the map where Kirillo runs away with it. But then again, we saw in the last match a 2-0 on a map doesn't really mean anything as long as the opposing team is able to get back into it, quite obviously. So now, what do you think are we going to see? I feel like the times of the 50B cooking are over.
We've got quite a mixed bag across the board here, and if Sunshine doesn't switch away, then we've got a very intriguing tank. It looks like an RHM is going to be brought out on Himmelsdorf, which is a very curious pick. Then we've got a whole bunch of different tanks. We've got a 60P, 50B, Mouse, CS63, Foch B, and a 268.
Everyone's getting to play their favorite tank on the lineup of Weekend, whereas Kirillo, double B, double CS, singular T57, a Mouse, and an IS-7.
Yeah, much more synergy going 2x2 with the pairs of CS and Foch Bs from Kirillo. Weekend's lineup kind of feels like a random Onslaught queue. Everyone just picks whatever they feel like, and it doesn't seem like there's much synergy, but of course, just because the tanks are different doesn't mean that they can't work well together. They're going up towards the hill. RHM,
that is
Sunshine.
A lot of players by Weekend going towards the hill, and I don't think that Kirillo with the double CS headed that way are expecting that. They might even get baited by Sunshine and the RHM. They're like, oh, look, he's an RHM, let's chase him.
He's very far away from his teammates, though. They are coming up the hill, but they're going to be very late. And if he just goes for this fight right now, he starts to run away, and is kind of lucky that the double CS didn't immediately coordinate on towards him and just load HE. He could have been in some serious trouble there. We didn't actually catch what Sunshine's plane hit at the beginning of the game, so it's
I think
difficult.
it was only one Foch B, if I remember correctly. All right, now though, I think the emergency bells are going to ring on the side of Kirillo as they do see a 268 approaching. Now the jig is up. Everyone is spotted. And the CS63s, I think rightfully so, are starting to evacuate the hill. The Foch B and the 50B are going to give chase, but I don't think they're going to be able to be there in time as the IS-7 starts trading out with the 50B. Good trade for the IS-7, to be honest, and Weekend opts to take the hill and not give chase.
Yeah, it's really awkward for Kirillo because you're thinking, oh, the opponent's fully on the hill, we could push 8 line, but it's a Mouse that's in the 8 line, and of course, it being the Onslaught map, you can just drop straight from the top of the hill and be there in time to support your team. So it's a very awkward situation right now, and even the cross is being spotted. You can see that little gap the 268 can spot the Foch Bs in that alley, so they know that they're coming back up towards the hill, and this is not something that usually works. But to be fair, Weekend, they don't really have any tank that can kind of play hold down on the top of the hill, but still, if they try to repush the hill, that's just not going to work.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to realize that fact, pulling the forces away from the hill in towards the 8 line, but if there's one tank you don't want to push, it is kind of Coyote in that Mouse. He just took a strike, used it as well, so he's not... never mind, he still has it available, so he will be able to kind of defend himself if he starts to get pushed. He does spot a second, a third tank. I think, Coyote, now is the time for you to use the strike and drop it on towards all of those guys. Please, my dude, use the strike at some point. Templeton, in the meanwhile, though, starting to clip out on towards Coyote that finally has used his strike. It does hit 2, maybe 3, but he is going to die for it, and in come the reinforcements from Weekend.
Yeah, and they're all on reload now, and Coyote has just barely managed to cling onto life on 59 HP, angling as best he can. And the IS-7 coming in with a big ram on the behind of the Foch B does a lot of damage there. Thunderhawk has now got his ability active in the 268, but how long is he going to live to be able to DPM them down? If he finds the kill on the T-57, he could potentially turn around to do one more shot, but he's about to go down there as the CS of Auslander looks to flank from behind and finds that kill, and it's again looking pretty bad for Weekend. The favorites coming into this match, they're facing a 3-0 right now.
Indeed, as Beast and Evil really get caught here. Beast coming out of reload with the 50B, though, might be able to do something, but Tansoft continuously harassing in his CS63 just does not give those guys a break. And in the meanwhile, we see on the minimap as well, Kirillo even think that they can split off one of their CS63s and just flank over the hill. That is a crazy play to make, because it's going to put the CS63 out of the game for so long. Sunshine starting to suspect something and does get away with the info here. Auslander not quite ready for such an adventurous peak.
Yeah, but the teammates can't support him because they've already committed down from the hill. They can't go back up. It's too steep, and there's another strike that's going to hit. That's going to hit both of them. The damage, the bleed on towards Beast is painful to watch here, and Kirillo have done it again. There's another strike going to come in that's going to find the kill on towards Beast this time. Weekend are looking completely bamboozled.
Indeed, as now Love starting to come in with that Forge B as well, is using his ability, but not to mitigate damage. He actually just wants to get around the corner quicker to be able to put shots in towards the back and the side of the 60TP. Auslander dropping down from the hill with the ram kill, and it is going to secure the 3-0 of Kirillo against Weekend.
Right, now you can start to worry for Weekend, I feel, and I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think all of our predictions are gone now.
Yeah, they're all in the dumpster, in a fire on the dumpster.
So that makes me happy. I'm not losing.
I think that is the first time I have seen you smile for so long on the stream. You're like, yes, the other guys are also wrong, like me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I don't really gain anything from it, but it's always nice to know that I'm not falling even further behind. But you know who is falling behind? That's Weekend right now, and that is, you know, I said at 3-0 you could start to worry, and now I'm deeply concerned for them. That's 3 games in a row where Kirillo have really had their number. Like, none of the rounds, I mean, we had the first round where the HP was close, but the guns in the game were overwhelming, but none of the rounds really felt like they were ever in Weekend's control.
Yeah, and it felt like with this continuous engagement on the hill, and then Kirillo choosing to opt out of it, they kind of, you know, pulled the tooth from Weekend, what they were trying to do. Like, obviously having the hill with a lot of those mobile tanks that have some clip potential as well, and the 268 too, that can be quite explosive. It is a super powerful tool, because if the other team doesn't commit on towards the cap, and like the 1-2-3 line with the rails, then you have such a shorter rotation time compared to the other team when it comes to reacting to what's happening on the map, simply because your tanks are above and so they're driving downhill. That normally you have a big advantage, but here it just didn't materialize.
What I'm curious about, though, is because remember the Foch Bs were initially spotted going back towards the hill, and they were spotted through the gap from the top of the hill that you can use, which the 268 was in. But I don't think they were spotted when they on the return trip when they repushed the 8 line, and I think perhaps the reason that Coyote was committed into the strike is because they thought that they were going to spot if there was going to be a repush and that you'd have more time to react to it. But if that wasn't the case and they didn't know where they were anyway, it doesn't really make sense that he would commit into the strike there when he's got 5 teammates on the hill. Because the hill is a very cool position to have, but if your teammates are close on 8 line, you can't actually shoot anything.
So now, we find ourselves in the quite curious situation of Kirillo once again starting to really bring the heat towards normally the top dog in the matchup. 3-0. If they win this next Himmelsdorf, they would be on match point.
Yeah.
Which is, quite crazy.
Yeah, they would have definitely blitzkrieged through this best of 9, which normally we think best of 9s are going to be a marathon. There's still some way to go here. 2 rounds to get over the line. For Carrillo, it's been a strong start, but you've got to keep the momentum rolling. And on the other hand, Weekend need to get the ball rolling. They haven't even put a foothold in this match just yet.
Weekend trying to finally put a point on the board. Double Fosh B, singular CS, double T57, a mouse, and Beast once again rocking the IS-7.
Meanwhile, Carrillo also going for an IS-7. Then they've got a mouse T57 as well, but just the one T57. Then they've got double CS and double Fosh B again. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's like an identical lineup to the previous round. They're playing from the other side this time, but I think it's identical.
Yeah, looks to be that way. This time, both teams, again, sending people towards the hill. What a weird meta, to be honest.
I don't think Himmelsdorf has been fully explored. It's only introduced in Season 2. I think there's still a lot of potential for different ideas that can be brought to the table. And Carrillo are showing that by bringing double CS up the hill, and Evil is kind of alone right now. The double Fosh B is there though, but they get spotted out. They get spotted early, which means that Tansoft knows that he needs to run away, lets off a shot. Evil continues to run, and because the Fosh Bs were spotted, they elect not to keep going up the hill.
Tansoft is now going to take the spotting tower. That is going to provide a lot of information, and maybe some information to make Lup reconsider what he's doing. You can see him booping into the wall there, being like, nope, that is double the amount of Fosh Bs that I am. So he is going to get clipped out. Templeton is going to provide shots in towards the side as well, but really Lup getting killed before he's able to do the entirety of his clip is going to be a big problem. Another strike connecting in towards both Sunshine and the other Fosh B. And Auslander coming from the sidelines as well. Doesn't manage to pick up the kill on towards Sunshine though. Goes into the next street to get safe from that CS that was really flanking him. Another strike. Sunshine down towards a one shot. But right now Carrillo seemed to be unable to really provide the kill shots. Finally Sunshine does get down. A strike as well here. It's going to connect onto Templeton. Auslander missed though, and Hellrap dying too.
Yeah, this is a domination right now. It looked like maybe Weekend had a chance to get back into the match with that kill that they picked up first on Lup in the Fosh B, but it's not the case. And Weekend, they're trying to roll through the south of the map, but there's a full HP mouse of Bormalda just hunting them down, just chasing them down, and look at the HP key. It's almost double in favor of Carrillo. The guns have just been equalized with that kill that gets found, but then immediately Clownzig falls as well, and now Tansoft and Evil going to face off in the 1v1. Tansoft needs to be careful here because Evil actually has a chance to pick up this kill, and he's going to probably reload just before unless he has some special skills which will allow him to get there. Strike being placed as well, doesn't manage to connect. That is a good kill from Evil, but is it enough to actually get back into the match? I don't think so.
A good kill from Evil, but look at the HP. It is less than 3,000 for Weekend. Make that less than 2 as Evil dies to Auslander. And that also makes it a 4v4. Make that 3v3 in the kill department. As it is now, well, Carrillo with a lot of HP in that mouse that still needs to go into the game. But Auslander with that CS63 is going to be a playmaker. Beast missing his shot as well. Auslander reloading, puts him down towards a one-shot. Templeton with a good kill in the Fosh B. 3-2. Carrillo, they have Weekend up against the ropes.
Yeah, Weekend shell-shocked, really. Templeton is a one-shot here, so Thunderhawk is going to try and peek around the corner. Gets the kill, but it's an eye for an eye. And that's really all that Carrillo need there. It's just domination. 4-0, match point. It's going to be the fastest best of 9 ever.
Carrillo pulling up in this match and showing off. At this point, you have to say it. Weekend, the vast favorites in this match so far look... yeah, stunned. You said it, shell-shocked. This is outrageous, almost.
Yeah. I mean, I said that I didn't think... I thought the reason Carrillo won against Vortex is Vortex wasn't ready to play. Maybe Carrillo is just that good, but it seems like Weekend wasn't ready to play either, but they're just getting completely annihilated right now. Carrillo, they're really saving their best for last, for the most important match in the entire OCS. You can perform for the regular season... it does not matter one bit if you don't get there at the end.
Exactly, and the damage numbers kind of okay spread. I mean, Morvika's dying without that much damage, but he has love in that T57 to really back him up. And yeah, Templeton and Ausländer really running a ring around the rosy with the tanks of Weekend, picking up all 7 between the two of those. I mean, maybe Kirillo just have that special kind of sauce cooked up for those playoff situation where it's, well, there are no safety measures anymore. This is a single elimination bracket. And I mean, Weekend started in the grand final already because of their great performance during the regular season. But Kirillo, maybe just more training, maybe better training, superior strategies, just looking on top of the world. But they are on match point now, yes. But the match point is the hardest one to convert.
Sure, but with 4 match points in a row, and the way the game has gone so far, surely they're not going to be able to turn the tide. I mean, you got to save 4 match points in a row just to get to tiebreaker, and that seems very far away right now.
Well, I mean, the task in front of them is clear. We see it on screen right now. They will have to win Ensk and Morovanka cleanly. And only then, on Westfield, would they have the chance to redeem what has gone wrong so far, and that is called Pilsen and Himmelsdorf, where, realistically, Kirillo just looking like the better team right now.
Looking like the better team? Maybe they are the better team, and they just saved the best for last. Yeah, just really, really, really quite shocking, to be honest, that it's gone this way so far, and the fact that you're in a situation where you have to win 2 whole maps in a row without dropping a single point just to keep yourself in it, not even to win, it's a pretty dire situation.
Well, Weekend fighting against death right now. Double mouse, T57, bad chat, double Fosh B, and an E4. That is what they are deciding to bring for what may be their last round in OCS Season 3.
Kirillo, meanwhile, looking to close out the match with double mouse, a T57 heavy, 430U, and triple Fosh B. We've got a bad chat from Weekend, which normally is going to do a spotting run at the start of the game to see what info that he can get, and then either go towards the left or the right hand strike. Evil going down the rails, spots out. Only one of the mouse is spotted out, but that's a pretty good tell that your opponent is going to play towards the field with double mouse committing there. Double Fosh B, triple Fosh B even going straight towards that field area, but there's going to be double Fosh B meeting them as well. It could be some very early clip trades going on.
Well, let's see. I'm not the biggest fan of the Fosh Bs on the green, actually, because they will have the Cupolas on top of their tank that are the weak spots, obviously, and now Thunder's Hawk has arrived. This means that Ausländer and Loop are going to be in a crossfire. They're not able to completely take out those Fosh Bs. Sunshine finally going down in his one, as Hellrap also taking shot after shot. So this initial trap that was laid for the tanks of Kirillo completely blowing up in their faces of Weekend.
A 2-for-1 trade, and Loop is going to heal back in the Fosh B as well. The HP is even, and the mouses are moving in and just driving around and shooting each other, but it's not a good situation right now. You're in a 6 versus 5 situation. Once the Fosh Bs get off of reload, Kirillo are going to rinse and repeat and try and go on towards those Fosh Bs. Clownzig trying to back out of danger here, realizing that he wants to be the next target focused from Kirillo, as Love looks to try and avoid the T57 in his 430U, but he has been caught. But Thunder's Hawk does not have enough shells to find that kill, and he's getting clipped in the meantime. It's going from bad to worse.
It's absolutely going from bad to worse. Maybe Beast has a chance to redeem it as he picks up Love. Lup also spent the entirety of his clip, so he's not going to be able to support anymore, especially since Coyote just shut him down. Coyote on a one-shot, no one really able to pick up the kill. Weekend fighting for survival, but once again, Kirillo, they have more HP, and Evil starting to drive in now with the bad chat, but that is a lot of HP that he's trying to chew through. Bomalda may be able to shut down the E4. He does. Weekend, I don't think they're going to make it, Moff. The champion of the regular season of OCS, completely getting schooled, getting run over. The train, this one at least, it seems to absolutely have no brakes whatsoever. Kirillo with the second upset in a row are going to lock in their spot for OLS Season 4.
Yeah, just Clownzig left in the 1 versus 3. There's still a full HP mouse of Bormalda left behind him, and that's it. That's got to be the quickest best of 9 speedrun I've ever seen, and it didn't even look difficult.
It did not look difficult, but I think Kirillo might still be breaking a sweat after this one, just because they're so busy screaming with happiness. I think the score on top of our head is going to get corrected soon. Maybe the production not even realizing how quickly this all went, but indeed it is 5-0 now for Kirillo. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. And what does that mean? That means that Kirillo is going to be qualifying into Season 4 of the OLS, correct? And that's going to be another Ukrainian team. They're going to be joining, well, we'll wait and see because the OLS isn't over, but they'll be joining the rest of those teams.
Exactly, and a lot can still happen until then, right? But yeah, first of all, let's take a look at the battle results for this last round here. And this match, it felt like it was over before it even began, but in this short time span, Kirillo with a demonstration, with a statement, and that now that they won, they're probably hungry and looking for more.
Well, they've got a lot of time to get ready as they'll eagerly watch the rest of the OLS and realize these are the teams that we're going to be facing off against in the very near future. And that last strat, it worked pretty much flawlessly, right? You have the triple Foch B, and they did the job. They trade themselves off in order to kill the zero line position on the green. And you mentioned you don't like the double Foch B playing in the green area because, you know, as much as you've got the heal ability, the Foch B just sitting in the middle of the open, it doesn't really stand up very well to the entire shooting force of your opponent.
Yeah, I think Kirillo had just about enough forces on the field, and all of them with the Onslaught modifier obviously hitting their shots on towards those cupolas. So as it stands, congratulations to the team of Kirillo. It seems really like Band was the biggest obstacle in this entire playoffs bracket for them.
Yeah, that seems so funny, doesn't it? That the hardest match they had was in the quarterfinal, and both Weekend and Vortex were the two teams that were kind of doing or looking the best in the OCS, and they just completely wiped the floor with them. They played 10 rounds, and they only lost 1. Dropped 1 round to both of those teams.
Crazy story. Crazy story. But yeah, congratulations to Kirillo for making it and for winning OCS season number 3. I think before, let's say last weekend even, I don't think a lot of people would have predicted it, but it's cool to see upsets like this happen, and judging by what we saw, now I can't wait to see Kirillo next season go up against, arguably, or not arguably, most likely stronger teams, because here it seemed like the opposition couldn't hold a candle to them.
No, it'd definitely be interesting to see what they're like up against some tougher competition. As for Weekend, though, it's not all over. Them coming second in this event means that they will get to play in the relegation match, which will mean they will play against whoever is 6th place in the OLS come the end of the season, and then the winner between Weekend and whichever team that is will get to go into the OLS. So there's still a chance that Weekend could promote themselves into OLS. Not off the back of this performance, though. They've got to really pick up the pieces from that.
I mean, talking about standings, we can probably also take a look at the ones of the OLS currently. As, after today, Hit and Cashback still on top of the board, kind of starting to run away with it, 26 points apiece. Then W following on 20, kind of breaking their 3-match lose streak that they had. Then Mafia with 19, and then quite the big gap. It is now more than 2 matches required to make up for this discrepancy. which means that I guess Darkseid and Yogurt can't really make it into the playoffs anymore, but still there are going to be important matches for all of the teams to be played, especially Darkseid and Yogurt, who is going to be 5th, staying in OLS, getting money, who is going to be 6th, no money, having to go to relegations. And then, of course, the standings in between teams 1 to 4 are also going to mean some differences as to where they seed into the playoffs bracket.
Yeah, so all the positions still to play for every single team. We've kind of got 3 groups of 2 here. We've got Hit and Cashback at the top, absolutely chilling, both on a win streak of 4 in a row. Then we've got W and Mafia, who have both had their form kind of rocked a bit. Obviously, those 2 played against each other today. And then 9 points further back, you got Darkseid and Yogurt. It really is probably going to come down to a head-to-head between those 2 as to who is going to get that 5th and 6th spot.
And I think the match in between Darkseid and Yogurt is actually happening on the last day of the Phase 2.
Oh, you could not have scripted it better.
I mean, when you're the person writing the script, you can do all of that.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing for I mean, it's not over yet, but I think it's disappointing the way it's going for Darkseid, because before the season starts is, can they actually break into that top 4 or challenge, or are they just going to be left in this no man's land, this limbo of just being in 5th place, where you have a strong start in Phase 1 and then it kind of just all falls apart. They're on a loss streak. They're on a loss streak of 5 in a row right now,
which is a lot. But yeah, this was the matches on the 18th, which we just saw, 18th of May. We are going to be back on the 20th, so I guess less than 48 hours until we are going to be live again on Tuesday. Today was a day with 5 plus 5 Twitch drops. On Tuesday, of course, it's going to be a shorter stream, only 5 going to be up for grabs there, but I still recommend tuning in. Same for Thursday, where we will lock in the final roster for the playoffs and also the seedings. A lot of decisions are going to be made there, and next weekend, of course, it's going to be the big streams, and especially on the Sunday next week, so in 7 days. I think I'm not spoiling too much if I say that we have pretty cool drops lined up there.
Yeah, it's going to be a super Sunday to come to the conclusion of OLS Season 3, and to be honest, I don't really have any idea where it's going to go. At the moment, Cashback and Hit and Run are the front runners, but will that remain when we get to the end of next weekend? We shall see, but for now, goodbye, and we're going to go to some replays.
Hello, I'm Miriam.
Babylon, Smith speaking. We captured Ramfalte successfully, but it seems that we stirred up a hornet's nest. We're being chased by several dozen Echo tanks.
Isn't science fascinating?
Moving to the extraction point. Babylon, do you copy? We're approaching. Open the portal. Now there's too many of them. Where's the portal? Babylon, do you copy?
Sign up to volunteer for Last Stand.
Seems that extraction is delayed. Okay, we'll wait. Keep on working, guys.